man speaking in the city square, trying to tell somebody that he cares. Can you blame the voice of youth for asking what is true? Yeah, the ones that you're calling wild are gonna be the leaders in a little while. When will the lonely voice of youth cry, what is true? This our world's waking to a newborn babe, and I solemnly swear it'll be their way. You better help that voice of youth find what is true. And the lonely voice of youth cries, what is true?
All right. Welcome, everybody. It's Friday, another live stream. Totally unprepared due to overwhelming events. But I've got my Sampel, right? I've got some tea from the Table Rock Tea Company, Carolina Lapsang. Very good stuff. Very, very hearty flavor. And of course, I've got my my Muppet cup. Have you considered? Because I think you should. So the reason why I'm woefully unprepared for the stream is because yesterday my grandmother passed away. She'd been sick for some time. She was like 96, so she's having trouble breathing, and eventually she'd been on hospice for a few months. But eventually they, yeah, just tried to call it. They're like, all right, enough of this. She was ready to go quite a while ago, some number of years ago. So not this super sad tragedy. She wasn't like sick and in pain or anything. I mean, she also wasn't happy. I think she was walking, a month and a half ago, still every day. So not very far. She couldn't walk very far. She's pretty frail, but she would walk every day. And that of course created a bunch of issues here. But now I've got funeral arrangements, driving up to New England. No stream next week, that's for sure, because the funeral's on Friday. I do have a bunch of videos in the kitty, so if you like my commentaries, wait till you see the new one. That's right, Froggy. I've got 2 parts recorded already. I may get a third recording done before we leave. We haven't worked out leaving. We just found out the wake and funeral schedule. No one wanted us up there before this, so I'm fine. There was a possibility I was going to leave like today. So it takes 2 days to drive up to New England unless you're really motivated. So the new commentary is the Jordan Peterson, John Vervaeke talk. And man, I got to tell you, that talk is a trip. It's a trip. 2 parts in, probably another 4-parter. It's bad. It's bad. But as with the last commentary, I'm starting to see, how bad and why, right? Like it's starting to become clear what's going on. So that's the good news. If there's good news, I guess that's it. So look forward to that. I've got 2 other videos, so it's not just commentaries coming out. That might be all that I'm going to be able to do before I take off for New England. So that might be all we get done. I do have new help, which is fantastic. We've got a new volunteer on the team helping us out. so I don't have to go through transcripts and listen to myself. Like I edit the the SRT file for the commentaries. Not all of them, but I'm trying to do them all. And man, listening to my own commentaries just it's painful. Uh, because you listen to yourself, but also you're always like, "Oh, I should have brought up this point and that point." It's like, "No, you can't do that. It's already recorded. Shut up." So it's always hard. So now I have somebody doing that for me on a volunteer basis, which is fantastic. Um, and also doing some of the other work that I do, like tagging the videos, so that when I make references, they're actually going to be there. Um, all that's important, helpful work. It allows me to focus more on the recording end of things. I have my wonderful editor already, so that's helpful. So, yeah, I have literally nothing prepared, uh, but I don't think that'll be a problem. There's a lot of themes that have been sort of cropping up, and of course, my grandmother's passing is obviously going to play into all of this. Um, I think one mistake that is happening culturally right now is because we talk about individuals, which is an impossible situation just because an individual, you've never been an individual, you will never be an individual, you will never have been an individual. Okay. Is not that's not the world you're in. Sorry. Um, maybe after you die, I don't know, maybe before you were born, don't know, don't care. Right now, not an individual, not gonna be, not gonna happen. You're a person, and persons are connected to the rest of the world. They're connected to other persons, right? Uh, they're connected to nature, right? And they have interactions with things both higher and lower than them. That's that so-called vertical causality that the science retards are now rediscovering, apparently. Um, although not correctly, because there's still flat worlders. Uh, it's hard in a flat world, and it is this disconnection that's causing problems, right? This attempt to disconnect. Feminism comes out of this attempt to disconnect men and women. The smallest unit is not a person; it's a family. Sorry, I just is like I don't like when people talk any other way. I just stare at them like there's a problem with them because there's a problem with them. Like how is this not obvious? But when someone passes, it's hard on everyone because they were a person and you were connected to that person. And so you don't know what the results of their passing are going to do to you with yourself, you with others. How's the family going to play out when the matriarch dies? It's a good question. Um, and and you with nature, because the nature of the world has changed. There is a hole in the world where that person once was. And if we don't see or sense that, oh, whatever, old person hadn't done much in years, dies, sort of a thing, that's a denial. It's a denial of personhood as a concept, and it's a denial of your personhood as a participant, and it's a denial of their personhood as a participant, and it's a denial of the impact that every person has on lives around them. Right? It's a form of rebellion against the idea of being itself, of being in the world, of having been born into a creation that pre-existed you, with other persons also having been born into the same creation that pre-existed them. And because we're all connected, that's important to understand. That connection is broken. And it doesn't matter that, oh, that person hasn't done anything in a while because they've been, like some people are in a coma for 2 years before they die, right? Um, it does matter because the impact is still happened to you, right? You're still dealing with the results of the impact. And a lot of the rebellion against personhood, the rebellion against being, is this denial of an impact. right? Or this upset, like, oh, my parents brought me up to believe this and it wasn't true. If you listen closely to the formulations of these people when they say they brought me up to believe this and it wasn't true, that would apply to everything because they're usually talking about an incompleteness, right? They're not talking about the statements that were made were factually incorrect most of the time, and some of them were. I get that. But what they're actually complaining about is they didn't give me the knowledge of the world. Well, no one has the knowledge of the world, and you can't give knowledge anyway. And that's too bad. Suck it up. Focus on the connection, the relationship, the quality of that relationship. That's intimacy. The quality of the connection, the quality of the relationship is intimacy. Focus on that, or it will drag you down. I think another problem that we have, especially lately, is anyone can come up with a solution once a problem is seen. Now, that doesn't mean that their solution is valid or good or efficacious or efficient or reasonable or logical, right? It could come up with a poor solution that doesn't even address the problem. But I think part of wisdom, anyway, not a complete definition, right, is coming up with solutions before the problems even manifest. That's where wisdom comes in. Aphorisms, Nassim Taleb, read all his books, has books on aphorisms, right? I think he has two now. I only have the first one, The Bed of Procrustes. Quite good, in fact. Little quippy things that, they're little bits, right? And they fit all over the place. That's part of what we refer to when we're referring to wisdom texts. They're little tiny bits. Some of them aren't even true sentences. And they just fit in a bunch of places because that's wisdom. It's not nailed down like knowledge to facts. Wisdom is all about connecting things in the world correctly, right? And not they're not permanent universals, right? They're able to be trot out when needed and put away afterwards, right? Unlike, we'll say, hard facts of the world or like gravity or something. And one of Jordan Peterson's sort of better work uh, is hierarchy is real and it's important, right? And you're embedded in a hierarchy and you need that to survive. You need it to orient in the world. If you're living on a flat world and everyone's the same, you you can't even see because you have no contrast. World falls apart. Discernment becomes arbitrary. And so I just want to go over the three most important things that Jordan Peterson talks about. The Pareto principle. Taleb also talks about that probably better than Peterson. I read Taleb first. Um, Hierarchy is older than trees, right? And logic, reason, and rationality do not explain how the hell you can relate to Pinocchio. All of that opens up a world for you in a way that you can scarcely imagine. And that is why, or part of the reason why Peterson hit so big, was he's on the front wave of the crashing materialism, when materialism just crashes into its own boundaries, its own limitations are hit, right? It's narrowing and it's a closed world, and you can make it bigger. That doesn't mean it's not closed, right? And that's very much a scientific project, right? The scientific project is, you know, I know we'll expand by going to Mars, or we'll expand by understanding the Andromeda galaxy. We'll expand by figuring out, faster than light travel. Okay, you're making the world bigger, but it's still closed and it's still flat. Oh, no, 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 no. We're going to go to the depths, an interesting word, of the ocean, because there's a lot there that we haven't explored. All right. So you're feigning going down, but it's still a flat world. You're not escaping anything. I mean, you're escaping part of the world to escape into another part of the world. So you're not really escaping the world. but you think you are. You're not going to live on Mars. You can't live on Mars. You would need genetic modifications. This is from one of the former heads of NASA. Like, you can't have babies on Mars. The gravity's wrong. You're escaping Earth to get to Mars? What are you, a Gnostic crazy pagan? Oh, they are. Never mind. That makes sense now. That's the problem. And they're developing their own little cults for it. That's happening. This is ridiculous. What do you think is going to happen on Mars that doesn't happen here or happens differently there? Is it a fresh start? Like, what do we do? Send pea pods of human embryos over there to grow in the Rousseauian dream and hope that they figure it out? Because that's not how that works. Mars doesn't solve a problem. There's a whole bunch of new problems to be solved on Mars, plus all the problems of being a human that we bring with us, by the way, because as it turns out, we're humans. So you can't really escape that. It's one of the annoying parts of John Vervaeke's work as he was talking about perennial problems. And I realized at some point that his formula is wrong. He's not describing problems at all. Problems, by definition, by their nature, have solutions. If it doesn't have a solution, it's not a problem. So John lists grief. Grief isn't a problem. Grief is an ordeal. Grief is something that will happen to you almost certainly. So it's not a perennial problem. It might be a perennial pattern. It might be a perennial struggle. It might be a perennial stumbling stone, if you prefer the more language creation oriented way of talking about this. But it's not a problem. You're not going to solve grief. I mean, John fully admits that you're not going to solve it part. I'm like, fine. Then why are you calling it a problem, bro? I don't get it. It's not a problem if it doesn't have a solution. It's that simple. No solution, not a problem. Just something that happens in the world that you have to deal with. Welcome to the world. Welcome to creation. You were born into it. You've been sucked in. Like, you're here. Deal with it. It's that simple. And people don't see the trick of making a larger closed world and trying to escape from the part of the closed world you're in now. But that's a lot of the trick. You're not getting out. You're not escaping. The struggle of the world is in you. You take it with you wherever you go. It can change how it manifests for sure, but it's not going away. And suffering, probably inevitable to some extent. Also, don't know what to tell you. Like, welcome to the world with the rest of us. What are you going to complain about next? The fact that the sky is blue or that the sun rises or we have season? Like, where are we going here? These are universals. Get over it. Yes, that happens to you. It also happens to everybody else. Wake up. And the way we think about the world is important. And right now, we have a lot of people who don't know how to think about the world. They're thinking very poorly about the world. And because they're thinking poorly about the world, they're basically wrecking everything and going, we need to stop wrecking everything. Yeah, that's you. That's not everybody else. It's you. Your way of looking at the world sucks. We've got to make these politicians do what? Are you running for office or not? Because if you're not running for office, go away. You're not changing politics by voting from the outside or by convincing somebody to vote from the outside. That's not actually going to change politics. It might change which candidate gets elected, but that doesn't change politics. It doesn't change the nature of politics at all. If anything, it makes everything worse. You want to make something better? Be a good person and go do it. and displace the people who aren't good persons doing it. That's the only method, guys. I hate to break it to you. Everything else is never going to work. And the worst part is because we're not sensitive to implementation, to manifestation as such, we see different implementation and we think we're making progress. And it's like, yeah, no, you're not. Everybody thought when they passed the Affordable Care Act that it was going to have the effect that was advertised, even though that was like that took a special kind of stupidity all by itself. Just bad math. Like, I don't know how you arithmetic, bro, but like go back to grammar school and figure it out. Only 10% of the population didn't have health insurance back then. Now it's higher. Took a while. I granted. Did it get better in the middle? Maybe for a tiny amount of time because changing big systems, lag catches up to you eventually, but there's lag. So there's a little gap in the middle where things seem to get better. Happens all the time. But it wasn't better. It's far worse now. It's far worse. Our healthcare system in the United States is a catastrophe because of that stupid bill. And it's not done wreaking havoc with the healthcare system. Ironically, I get better care down here at the hospitals than you get up in Boston now. Well, how that happened? Not saying the doctors are better, but the care sure as hell is. Shorter lines, people are super nice, much better hospital systems, much better, much more ordered, um, better tech even than Boston. Who would have thunk? These things do not play out the way you think they play out. Have to displace bad people with good people. You don't blow up systems. That ain't gonna work. That's gonna make everything worse. We need systems. Systems are how we organize as groups. Spontaneous groups are called mobs, and they have what's called mob mentality. Mob mentality is dangerous. It might not manifest poorly. That's true. Not all mobs turn bad and kill people or tear things down, but a lot do. And do you want to take that chance? Having structured systems, institutions in place is a much better idea. Raging against the machine just wrecks the machine and you. So if you want to wreck yourself on something bigger than you, I suppose you can, but I'd rather you not make the world a worse place. Still my preference after all this time. Please don't make the world worse. Please. And it's hard because people don't see it that way. They have poor worldviews. You know, they jump on the latest new trend. Oh, everyone's LARPing. Everyone's not LARPing. Doesn't even make any sense. Oh, it's pro felicity. It's not pro felicity. It's a made up word like that you're using to describe behavior that's been going on for thousands of years. Like, stop, just stop. Oh, but it's a new word. Yeah, that means it doesn't have an established canonical set of ways of interacting with the people you communicate with. In other words, it's useless for talking to other people. Useless. And we don't even notice. Like, ooh, new word. Oh, new concept, new framework, new thing, new. They had it all figured out thousands of years ago. Why do we need something new again? They didn't have those new things, and they built all the things that we have. That's weird. It's almost like you don't need any new things to build all the things that we have. Huh. How strange. What are we doing? Like so-called modern philosophy. All philosophy past Plato is garbage. Garbage. These are garbage people doing garbage work in the garbage, like uh, with a sprinkling of garbage and garbage frosting. Like, it's all junk. Like, why can't people see this? It's all complete trash. For real. It takes seconds to eviscerate these modern retards. I don't get it. And it's all like, oh, they're great. They're great. But they weren't even great people when they lived. Why are you following the philosophy of somebody who turned out poorly? I don't get it. Like, that would be a hint. Don't do what I did because my life sucked. Yeah, eh, that's how I'm gonna do it. I'm not gonna do what they did because their life was terrible. And this Rousseauian ideal, we're just gonna break free from the earth or whatever, and because nature, which is the earth somehow, won't be there, we'll manifest our pure selves, and our pure selves are good. No, what are you talking about? Rousseau was a garbage human being. Like, I don't get it. He's a terrible person. Don't follow anything he said. You don't know which of the things he said were good and which were bad. And if you could know that, you'd reinvent it for yourself. You could throw Rousseau out or any of these other Muppets. You can get rid of all of them. It'll be fine. Most people don't engage with philosophy. They're doing great. People that do engage with philosophy look anxious and upset and concerned. Everyone else is like, "Yeah, man, I just went to my son's baseball game and he hit a home run. That's awesome. Problem solved. What are you doing?" "Oh, I missed my son's baseball game because I was trying to contrast Hegel and Heidegger." Thanks. I'm sure somewhere down the road somebody will read that and critique it and tell you you're wrong. I'm glad you missed your son's game. That's great. Well done. What are we doing? And everyone's got a new theory now. "Oh, women are the problem." It's like, what? I mean, yes, to some extent, I guess, but like, really? That's where you're going? "Oh, it's feminism's fault." It's like, I think the problem's a bit bigger than feminism. I think feminism's a manifestation of the problem, or people get too high. They're like, "Oh, the best way to explain everything is spiritual warfare." I'm like, well, I mean, you're not wrong, but I'm a pragmatist, so you're also not helpful. So, like, go away. And I'm not in disagreement. We were talking about this the past week, right? Like, the demons are out, man. And my impression now is it's it's not that spiritual warfare, whatever, universal, sure, I get it, right? But it's like, no, 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 no. There's a spiritual battle, and it's like halfway over, and we haven't even started to fight yet. We're really screwed. And it's easy to get lost. People are getting lost, like abortion. Abortion is bad. It's out of control in the United States. We had 1,000,000 abortions last year. We're 109 of 149 countries with per capita abortions. 109. Pretty damn good. Also, stop all abortions everywhere, forever. But also, the US is not looking too bad on that list. Is the issue abortion? Or is the issue I want to hate on my country? Because I got questions. I got questions for you. What is it? Hmm. What's going on? Are you ginning up the abortion controversy for pro felicity? Another bad frame? You get two bad frames. What happens when these flat worlds collide? Yeah, we get shards of flat worlds running into other flat worlds and wrecking them too. Great. Fantastic. I'm going to try to do an animation on that. I know allegedly someone's gonna help me with that. They might be watching. Um, we'll see if we get to it. It's a lot of work. Animations are a lot of work. I got the other animation I gotta do too, and I just haven't made any progress on it. Uh, Somebody sent me down the rabbit hole of commentaries. So, commentaries have been quite fun, although, man, they are draining. Oh my goodness. Listening to Peterson at his worst, which John Vervaeke somehow brings out in him. If that doesn't wipe you out after 20 minutes of that gobbledygook nonsense, you're a better man than I, Gunga Din. That's all I gotta say. Wow. I mean, the frickin' babbling and the psychotic behavior and the flat worlds and the attempts at poor levels of re-enchantment. I mean, it's nuts. That convo is nuts, and I'm not even halfway through. Oh, I'm not looking forward to finishing it, I gotta tell you. But I will. I'll finish it. We'll probably have 4 parts. If I'm lucky, I could do it in 4. Everyone's got a new framework. And look, I'm a big fan of John Vervaeke's work. We used his work and improved upon it. I can say that with confidence now. There's no question about it. Almost every aspect of what he's talking about, we've got an upgrade to it. It's not a fair fight, guys. He did 25 or whatever years of research, and we're just basically seeing flaws in it and fixing it. And there's a bunch of us, and he's, largely the big brain behind his operation. And we didn't have that limitation, right? And we're grateful that John got us all together and stuff too. So, on the other hand, should have used our work, right? Should have taken the money, Tombs, right? Lots of lost opportunity there. Needlessly lost. It's too bad. But also, we're going to sally on with exploring narrative meaning and so many other things, right? We've got a lot of stuff to draw from. But we have all these flat worlds. And man, I got to tell you, AI does not work. You want flat world? Freaking fire up an AI. What a bunch of lies. Can't even count. It can't even count. I tried to load a bunch of transcripts and it said, you're 196% over the whatever limit. And I was like, all right, I didn't know there was a limit. I don't know why you're allowing multiple documents if you can't take, 54 freaking text files that, aren't that big. So I cut it in half and it said, you're 69% over the limit. And I'm like, but I cut it actually in half. How is that possible? So I cut it into fifths. I'm 46% over the limit. I'm like, all right, I give up. So I might have to build my own little AI chain thing, which really not looking forward to. Nothing's gonna happen on that for another week and a half at least. I'm gonna be on the road next week. And then I'm gonna be at a funeral. And then I'm gonna have a bunch of crying relatives around me. Hopefully. It's good to cry when people die, right? Like I used to joke that, you can do life in basically one of 2 modes, which it's a joke. You can't, right? Every situation is a laugh situation or a cry situation. Then I would tell people, don't get them confused. Yeah, there's a time for crying. That's for sure. How you do that, when you do that, where you do that, again, more discernment. It always comes back to discernment. See my live stream on discernment. The flat worlds are everywhere, and it's tough because we want the new thing. And we're not recognizing the enchantment of being connected, of being together with people and understanding their absence. Could be a temporary absence, right? It could be a permanent absence, like my grandmother. But you have to understand these things. It's not sufficient to say, oh, well, we've got, me, and then there's other me's in the world. No, there are not. That is not how that works. That is not how that works. Most people aren't as narcissistic as all that. A lot of people care more for others than they care for themselves. Jordan Peterson talks about this. It's in 12 Rules for Life. Treat yourself as though you were somebody you were responsible for caring for. What a weird thing to say. And yet it works, which tells us we don't understand ourselves very well. We don't understand the world that we inhabit very well. We're not these logical, reasonable, rational people that we pretend people can be. That's not even possible most of the time. We aren't rational creatures. We are creatures who are capable of rationality at great cost for very short periods of time. We are not rational creatures. That is not the basis. That is not the baseline. That is not the starting point of who and what we are. You were an irrational crying baby at one point, and we don't seem able to draw that connection back or forward. What could you be in the future if you tried harder, if you struggled harder, if you bumped up against your limitations, knowing you were going to bump up against your limitations? What about the past? How far have you come from being a crying, whiny little baby or a curious little 6-year old? What does that mean? What does your connectedness through time mean? It doesn't point to a self, at least not an unchanging one. How interesting. And how did you mature? You had parents, you had exemplars, you had an arena or many arenas that formed you. Do you still have that? Or are you busy rebelling against that too in your flat, closed world? I wonder. Do you wonder? Maybe you should. That's all I have in me for the moment, folks. I've got this nice little Butterfinger bar, though, so I should be okay. I think I'll go through my comments here. Jono BNZ. The first person who's born on the moon is just going to want to go live on Earth. It's ironic. And all these people watch science fiction. That's what all the science fiction shows say. Modern science fiction is more akin to ancient Greek philosophy, in my opinion. Takuan69, welcome, sir. It's good to see you. Mars, the new Australia. Well spotted. Sandro says, new. Yes, everybody wants the novel, The New. Ixnon, thank you, sir. Very good joke. Yeah, well, life is a laugh or cry situation, except for the stoicism in the middle. Sandro again, if listening to Peterson at his worst doesn't do anything to you, it's because you are blissfully blind to evil. Wow, that's a little harsh. You're blissfully blind to possession in real time by evil, perhaps, but we're really talking about possession for sure. Look, I'm a little tired, so I can't guarantee that I will have energy to go on very long, or the mental fortitude. I'm a little drained, trying to pay attention to a bunch of people who want to text me instead of call me about important issues. But join me. I'll pin the link up here on navigating patterns, of course, so that you can jump in there if nowhere else. I hope within what I was saying, you saw some of the patterns from this week that are out there. In particular, the pattern of not noticing obvious things. There's a lot of obvious things going on that people don't seem to be keen to. But I think it's really important now that, making an excuse that, oh, the person you're talking to is mean, to hide your stupidity, it's not going to work. The world is too clear. But the world's been too clear for a long time. The question is, why is no one doing anything about it? I was talking about this earlier today. The group Anonymous, uh, you know, why didn't they crash all the computers and solve the right? A lot of people, talk like that, and fair enough, they should. Like, yeah, why aren't the hackers doing more to save the world? But they did, right? They released all of Al Gore's emails. That got reported on CNN. Everybody read that Al Gore is just evil and trying to steal 1% of the $1 trillion energy market at the time. And no one did anything. No one cared. And no one did anything, and nothing changed. And then they did the same with the climate scientists who did the hockey sticks, right? Released all the emails. I read tons of both of those sets of emails, by the way. They lied, they made it up. It's all that's why no one could reproduce it with their data. With their data. Couldn't reproduce the hockey stick because they lied. And they said that in emails rather clearly, and no one did anything. And this is decades ago at this point. 60 Minutes does an expose on the banks, like forging documents to facilitate illegal foreclosures. No one did anything. That was 60 Minutes. That was an hour of people saying, oh, yeah, I was signing this document as the president of this thing, and they were mortgage related documents. And I'm not that person. I don't even know who that person is. I've never met them. In some cases, they were titles of people that didn't even exist at the bank. So you're running a company whose sole job, because it was their sole job, is to forge paperwork so that you can steal houses from people. No one did anything. No one went to jail. Nothing happened. We don't actually have a problem of not knowing or things being hidden from us. That hasn't been the problem for decades. We have a problem of fortitude of character. We have a problem of action. You need to take action if you want the world different, buddy. And that's going to have consequences, big ones potentially. You might get wiped out. Yeah. Otherwise, sit down and shut up, though. Because the world's not going to change through more knowledge. That hasn't been working the whole time. Oh, if we only knew what they were thinking. You're never going to know. Ixna. Does Peterson talk about Nietzsche with Vervaeke? Not yet. I'm not even halfway through. No, I don't think they're going to get into Nietzsche. Um, they're way too high up, and the emergence is good with Peterson's trying to re-enchant the world in a very specific way. I hadn't spotted that before. I'm like, oh, this is a good talk because I spotted something new. Another trick. I don't. Peterson's not playing a trick on anybody, right? He's in the trick. He's stuck being tricked. Uh, and look, Peterson and Vervaeke are very much on the same warpath to some extent. Be interesting to find out whose work came first or whatever. I've got my theories about that, but so far they haven't done much of the philosophical blah blah blah. But again, I'm only halfway through, so I don't know where that talk's going to go because I think that Vervaeke brings out the worst in Peterson for sure. And some of that may just be familiarity, some of it may be mutual respect because they're effectively peers. Um, Peterson had a talk with Vervaeke a while back, was trying to get Vervaeke to agree to one of his theses because Vervaeke was the only one, maybe in the world, who understood enough of Peterson's work to make a comment, and he flat out refused to make the comment, which I found fascinating. Poor Jordan. I would have ditched him at that point, but hey, I'm not Jordan Peterson, so there you go. And I didn't want to do a Peterson critique because I don't like that. I don't think it's appropriate. But also, time has come, man, because this is clearly off the rails stuff, and we don't have time for that. We've been off the rails for too long with too many of these people, and you can see now a lot of people that look very promising no longer look very promising to you as solutions, right? So you can see the turning. We're stuck in that cycle, right? And I yes, Sally. The time has come. Yeah, I hate to invoke the Kairos moment or whatever, but also like when there's a change that's discernible, and look, Peterson was doing great before this, and now he's not doing as good. Is it bad? Maybe. I'm gonna get to the end of the talk. We'll find out. Um, Here we go. Sally's on it today. Point to the good. Point away from the not good. Right. Well, they're only doing the pointing away part and hoping the point towards sorts itself out because they're binary thinkers and they don't understand it won't sort itself out because we actually physically live in 3D. And so pointing away from the sun does not get you anywhere specific. There's lots of ways to point away from the sun, and they don't all end in the same result. Pointing away from evil will not end in the good on average. Don't do that. You need a better system. Mere direction is not going to cut it. We need orientation. We're in a 3D space, possibly more D space, but we're at least in a 3D space. So it's just not viable to point away from the worst possible evil, as Sam Harris would have you believe. What a nonsensical garbage thesis that is. It's so shallow. It's so, I don't know, 80 IQ. I mean, it's just dumb. Like where can you do that other than on a piece of paper, flat paper? That's why it's a flat world. Like, no, really. Read Flatland. Great book. Ixnon, the time has come, my little one, to talk out of things. Yeah, to talk of other things, of shoes and ships and sealing wax, of cabbages and kings. Indeed. Sandra, we just need more facts and we'll be good. Yeah, well, more facts no one's going to act on because I don't know what to tell people. Like, they're so surprised by things. I'm like, yeah, you know what though? We knew about this in the 90s. Like, where the freaking hell have you been? Do you know what history even is? My favorite trend recently, and people just discovered this again. They're like, look at the number of states Ronald Reagan won. Yeah, he won in a landslide. You know what? There hasn't been since Reagan a landslide. Everyone's like, it's a 12-point lead. He's going to win in a landslide. I need 12 points. It's not a landslide, kid. I hate to break it to you. It's not even close to a landslide. We're so far away from a landslide, we don't even see land. What are you talking about? You get a poll with a variation of 4 points on either side. So you're really winning by a maximum of 4 points. I don't know what to tell you. And it's never that close. They always say it's that close. It's never been that close. And that's the problem. Facts without action, completely worthless. Total waste of time. Action without facts, very valuable. Oops. What are you doing? Are you a pragmatist? Are you doing things in the world? Or are you just learning more things and reading more books and having more conversations? Yay! It feels good. Have a new conversation with a new person, squirrel. Yeah, you can. Is that better? What changed in the world? Oh, yeah, but I care. Okay, let's do this. Take something you care about, take that caring, and shove it up your backside. If you felt nothing, so did everybody else. Was that helpful? Not to them. Did it make you feel better? Good, you're delusional. Congratulations, you're psychotic. Well done. Also, you should get that looked at. Sanjuro, the age of gnosis is coming to a crushing end, regardless of what we think or say. Only action can save us. Well said, sir. Well said. I'll have to remember that and tweet it out. Yeah, the age of gnosis is, and right now people are still like, did you know this system works like this? And I'm like, well, yeah, didn't everybody? And they had no idea. I'm like, oh my God. And they're like, yeah, it shouldn't work like that. I'm like, yeah, but it's been that way for 50 years. Are you sure it shouldn't work that way? Or is it just you're surprised because somebody gave you the 3-year-old version of that system because it's all you could handle because you were 3 years old and you never updated your own information. And then you're blaming everybody else because that's what happened, just to let you know. That definitely happens. Happens all the time to lots of people. Oh, wow, there's a new thing. Yeah, there's an infinite number of new things, technically speaking. Why? Why are we doing this? Why don't we focus on actions that make the world better? And maybe there's a reason for that, right? Maybe Maybe it's the case that the world needs you to be better personally, for yourself, and for the world. In order for the world to be better, you need to be better. And the world needs you to be better. Why don't you do that instead of the gnosis? Oh, I'm going to read another book. I'm going to have another stimulating conversation. I'm going to go listen to a awesome lecture. More knowledge is not going to fix the meaning crisis. Knowledge and meaning have no overlap whatsoever. They're completely orthogonal. And that's easy to prove. It's been demonstrated historically time and time again. I don't know what books these guys are reading, but they're apparently reading the wrong ones. How do you not know that? How do you not know that? I know that. It's not that hard. I read it somewhere. It's not like I came up with it in my own head. I don't know what to tell you. It's all over the wisdom texts that you can ditch the knowledge entirely and it'll be fine. What's with the knowledge, bro? You have a definition of knowledge that makes any sense at all. And you haven't noticed that yet. What's the difference between facts, knowledge, information, signals, and understanding? Oh, well. Boy, that's a lot of things, Mark. Yeah, don't collapse them into one thing. We have different words for a reason. Those are nice old words. They've been in usage for a long time. They have good differentiation if you choose to engage with it. Or you know what? You just go have 17,000 more conversations again and feel good. Ooh, you're a drug addict. Or at least materially indistinguishable from one. I don't need heroin to get my dopamine. I get my dopamine from blathering on uselessly and wasting my time that I could be better spent building something in the world. Yeah, that's fantastic. Thanks. It really helps the rest of us. I mean, you made the world such a more better place with that no one even noticed. Wow, you've transcended everything. You're like a superhero on his hero's journey. There's no such thing. This is imaginary. Heroes in mythology were born heroes. They didn't grow into it. They grew up and matured differently from regular people. They didn't go on a journey, right? They went through trials because no one else could do it. It was them or nothing. And they never went alone. That didn't happen. There's no solo hero. That might be where we're getting this garbage from. I'm just saying. Joseph Campbell flattened Carl Jung's work. That's all he did. And then he didn't even understand his own book. He had no idea. He wrote all this stuff. He couldn't even keep track of it. And then there's a lineage from that. First of all, Carl Jung made a closed world. He just sealed the world up by saying, oh, you know what? There's something higher than us. And the stars correspond to what's going on the earth. What? That doesn't fix anything, bro. What are you doing? You've made the world bigger, but it's still closed. Where'd the stars come from? Why are they moving? Who set the pattern of motion if it does correlate with us? Look, you didn't answer any of the questions. Any of them. You just made yet another retard observation that everybody had already made before you. Thanks. Why do you think the ancients tracked the freaking stars? Well, like they didn't know this? Of course they did. They tracked the stars better than we do. The Mayans had a freaking, I don't know, was it 146,000 year calendar or some bullshit that's more accurate than we have? Which makes sense. I mean, they were looking up more than we are. We can't even see up. We got too much freaking light pollution. We're all living in these garbage cities that are collapsing. Good luck if you live in the city. whatever. Like these are not breakthroughs of revelation. Like these are duh. Yeah, we knew that already. It's a science being in love with its own validation. I don't know if I've said it on a live stream before, but like science just like freaking 2 years ago, maybe some incredibly Captain Obvious nitwit came out with an article talking about how science has verified that if you break up with somebody you're in love with, your heart gets physically damaged. And I'm like, bro, everyone already knew that. We've been writing about it for thousands of years. This isn't news. And then 2 months later, oh, if you fall in love with somebody, the physical damage to your heart can be reversed. We knew this already. Why are you telling us this? This is in every story and freaking song since the dawn of time. Like, freaking really? Why are we enamored with that? I don't get it. We knew that already. It, it was already understood by every living human being. Look, why did you science it? Like, what are you doing? I don't know. I kind of think, and this is where I very much agree with John. Like, we'll just call it agapic love is what turns, you know, small babies into human beings. Okay, sure, bro. And then you have the gall to ask Jordan Hall why it's important to him that the creator cares about him. What if care is agapic love? What if the only way we could be humans, persons, actual persons, is if there was agapic love showered down upon us? That's your theory, John. What are you doing, bro? You didn't even see that? Are you just incapable of seeing vertical causality and the self-similar fractal nature of reality? If that works at this level, that same mechanism, the implementation will look different, maybe. The pattern's the same, must exist at the higher level. Period. End of state. That wasn't hard. Was that hard? That didn't seem hard. Doesn't even see it. Complete, like, huh? Oh, but why do you need that? I don't know, dude. Because your theory works that way? Maybe that's why it's needed? What's going on? The absolute nitwittery when I tell people, okay, so these people are taking scripts or stories and they're plugging them into a spreadsheet and they don't immediately react with disgust, horror, or disbelief. I write, to me, burn them at the stake. I can't even conceive of anybody coming up with a worse idea, a more earth destroying, being sucking concept than taking a story and shoving it into a spreadsheet and checking it off to see if it has all the elements. Read a good book instead of garbage, and you'll see that can't be done. Oh my God. We're totally off the rails. Confusing story, narrative, and archetype. 3 words, 3 different concepts, 3 different layers. Very important. Asymmetry, right? One story does not correspond to one narrative, and one narrative does not correspond to one archetype. Oops. Very difficult. A story may encompass only one narrative, and it may use only a handful of archetypes. A good story will, in fact. Interesting. See my video on story narrative archetype. We're using poor models that don't include this vertical causality or whatever word of the week they're using. to represent this problem that they're in with their small, flat, closed world systems. Sanjuro has it here. Once we capture the story algorithm, we can write new, better stories. And I think this is based on the equality doctrine, right? Oh, anybody can write. No, they absolutely cannot. Almost no one can write. How's that? Because that's way closer to the truth. Way closer. Almost no one can write code. Almost no one can write stories. Almost no one can write screenplays. Almost no one can write playwright scripts. Almost no one can write music. Like almost no one. That's the problem. Everybody wants to be solo hero who does these things that almost no one does. And they're not willing to be heroic in doing what everyone does to hold the world together, to maintain the things that our ancestors have handed down to us without knowing any philosophy, without having any science. At least they knew the heart actually breaks when you break up with somebody, and they didn't have to blow a bunch of taxpayer money to figure it out and then publish a paper and waste everyone's freaking bandwidth by having that broadcast all over the place. I did not need that information. That information was handed down to me already. Thank you very much. Could you put useful information out there instead? Maybe something actually novel. And the fact that the science idiots validated something new that everybody was already well aware of is really not new. It's just them stroking themselves off again. I used to quite like science. I got one A minus in science once. Everything else was an A or an A plus. And by one once, I mean on any test ever. I wish I was that good with any of my other subjects, but yeah, they ruined science though. That's on them. I ain't taking the blame for that. You want closed worlds, flat worlds? Science it up, bro. It's all material. It's all material and experiments and testable hypotheses. It's a very flat world. They're all materialists, every single one of them. And they don't see that. I understand that. Also, I don't care because I'm a pragmatist. Pragmatists are not interested in why answers that don't lead to practical usage. It's not to say that that's avoidable, right? Oh, I'm a pragmatist. I never think about the existentials of life. No, that's not true. But you strive for an ideal. Stoicism has some of that built in, right? And it doesn't give you a why. It avoids the whys entirely. Different problem. Pragmatism is a bit of an upgrade, I would argue, because it focuses more on the practical and on the figuring out when to ask the why questions and when to ignore the why questions, because that's really what you want to do. Sometimes the why is important, and most of the time the why is completely unimportant. And we need to have a sense for that. We need to have an understanding of that. We need to have an appreciation for that. We need discernment. And you need contrast to see. So part of your discernment is getting the contrast so that you can see these things. It's not that hard. And we don't know what we're doing. We have no idea. But then we think we know what other people are doing. People who grew up in environments we can't even imagine, doing weird things that we can't even imagine. I remember working for a startup a billion years ago. Man, they screwed me bad. Um, there was a guy who was a VP there. And at one point, someone looked up his resume and he had never done a real job in his life ever. He's always a C suite manager at small companies. He'd never run anything. He'd never worked at a checkout counter. He never slung boxes at UPS. Nope. I can't imagine what his life was like. Did he make poor management decisions? Probably. We all make mistakes, though. Did he make more than your average C suite exec? Perhaps not. Can we understand their decisions? No. Their decisions cannot be based on the knowledge that we have if we have done physical labor and they have not. We can never understand their thought process. It's not possible. It's also not required. You can't change someone's thought processes. So who cares what they are? Well, obviously, this person's running for office because you don't know that. I don't care what answer you give. You're almost certainly not correct. And it's irrelevant because even if you're right, what are you going to do about it? Nothing. You're going to do nothing. You're going to do exactly nothing. All this knowledge and zero action, destroying the world because you're not taking the time to do the one thing that you absolutely have some control over. And that is to be better because the world needs you to be better. The world does not need the latest critique, the latest deconstruction, if such a thing is even possible, the latest analysis from you. The world doesn't need that from you. A billion other people are doing that. Why does it need yours? Yours doesn't even get heard. If a bunch of people agree with you, so what? That's not going to do anything. Nothing's going to happen. You're in the world with other people. You're exemplifying something. Are you just exemplifying the rebellion? Because that's all you ever do is talk about, wow, we ought to get together and blah. Okay. Why don't you do that in silence instead? Oh, we'll go out and we'll tell the voters how evil the other party is. And that'll motivate them to vote for us. Don't identify against. I'm not saying some of what you want to do and the way you want to do it won't work, but is it really going to have the outcome? And isn't this the 12th time you've tried that trick and it hasn't worked? Because I bet it is. I bet it is. Ugh. That Carolina Lapsang tea is quite good, I must admit. Table Rock tea, good stuff. American grown tea, quite delicious. You like American made stuff? There's your place. There's your place. I'm running out of steam, guys. I don't see if Castle hops in or Sandro doesn't love us yet. His love is on a clock somehow. I will do book clubs this weekend. That's good news. I didn't know if I would be able to do book clubs or if I'd be on the road, but it looks like book clubs for everybody. Language creation on Saturday on navigating patterns, and Moby Dick on Father Eric's channel, Eric Sites. Ixnod is going to bring up our perennial topic. Speaking of conversations, any update on the Matrix video? No. Everything's on indefinite hold for a week and a half now. Sorry, dude. Yeah, no live stream Friday, and I don't know. I still got to get with Jesse. I mean, it's possible that Jesse will ping me and say, "Let's do it on Wednesday," and I'll have some time. I don't know, but I doubt it. I think this week is shot. So just between my processing and having to deal with whatever I'm going to run into when I get up to New England. I don't think there's going to be any progress on that in a week and a half. But no, I mean, we talked a little bit, but Jesse has to find a way to schedule some time to to go through the movie, and I should probably go through the doc again and stuff. But again, I don't know how much time I'll have to do that. Sanjuro is still with child. I guess men can have babies. I had no idea. I thought that was leftist rhetoric, but apparently Sanjuro's with child. Congratulations are in order, I guess. I don't know. Um, yeah, I know you were still with child. I understood your time clock constraint. And good fodder for jokes. The castle's supposed to be here, though. That's the problem. He's the traitor in this case. Um, a good first mate would have been on time, but I don't know. I don't know. He might be running into work issues himself. So there's a lot of demon stuff going on. That's the issue. And yeah, the demons are attacking big time all over the place. The whole P Diddy thing, yeah, P Demon, yeah, pretty much. Um, Sandro claims I'm not Destiny. Haha. I don't know, bro. You're kind of acting like him, being with child and all. Yeah, I mean, demons everywhere. And it's just everyone's like figuring it out now. I'm like, bro, it was like this before. I mean, I'm glad you're catching up, but also where you been? You know? And then right, and then the conspiracy theorists come in and muddy the waters. The frogs aren't being turned gay. What's Alex Jones? Oh, the frogs are being turned gay. He was reading a scientific paper the whole time. Oops. Yeah. Um, yeah. Yeah. Then people make much ado about nothing on those things. It's just it's on and on and on with these people. They're not at the point where they can integrate. I mean, flat worlds create conspiracies, right? Because the minute your flat world gets broken and you find out something outside of your flat world definition didn't work that way ever, you're like, oh my God, the lizard people are real. And it's like, don't think that's the right conclusion, guys. I think that's probably the wrong conclusion. Like, no, that's not what that means. It means you're living in a flat world. That's what that means. And you need to break out of your flat world. That's what that means. It doesn't mean the lizard people. That's just bigger closed world. You didn't explain anything. Where did the lizard people come from? How did they find us? Why do they care about manipulating the system to work that way? Right, right. How are they doing that? The questions go on forever. Conspiracy theorists tend to come in two types: the people that are just dug in on their pet conspiracy, um, or the people who will adopt any new conspiracy at any time. They're both cults, by the way. It's just different types, different implementations of cult behavior at the end of the day. And we're not seeing it, right? We're just not seeing it. I mean, Trump derangement syndrome is you are in a cult. You have been brainwashed. You are an NPC, right? I mean, that's it really is the statement of being in a cult. And that's the problem. We're not cultivating skills of connection, of relationship, of intimacy. We're not even trying. We're just not participating anymore and not participating in the same ways and all kinds of things. It's sort of wacky. You kind of see that with people who don't cook, right? Uh, People don't clean their own house. People don't do their own laundry. Like they're just disconnected from all the things that make their day possible. All the interactions that they should be having with the things that are closest to them. And then they don't know how to have interactions with the people that should be closest to them. It's no wonder why no one's getting married. Oh, it's Benjamin Franklin. Probably gonna wipe me out for sure. I have a conspiracy theory. Dude, you have so many conspiracy theories. I don't think you've actually put forth one thing ever that wasn't a crazy conspiracy theory. There were no Mossad orchestrated phone pager radio explosions. Okay, that's not a conspiracy theory. That's just a counterfactual thing that you state because you're a psychopath who needs more medicine than we have available. It was just random videos of electronics exploding that was collected over many years. Okay, electronics don't explode. So no. Also, you're a crazy person. It's not. People have put themselves in boxes they can't get themselves out of. Yeah, well, you can't get yourself out of whatever box you were put in, whether you put yourself there or not. Um, I think that when you run around telling people they can understand the world, they will try. And if they can't understand the world, they'll just build a world they can understand. And it's that simple. Benjamin Franklin, I've seen vapes explode. Okay. You think that proves your point, but actually it proves mine. And the fact that you don't know that is why there isn't enough medicine in the world to fix your brain. That's technically what's going on there. Just to let you know. But but I did preface this. Yeah. Fuse is a little short. My patience is like not existing right now. So you can come here and be crazy if you want, but also my normal level of patience has fled from this world. And it's not going to return anytime soon. So, fortunately, there won't be a live stream next week because I'll be at a funeral. So there you go. Maybe by the following week, we'll be back on track. We'll see. Doesn't matter. We got plenty of content coming out in the meantime because we're ahead of the game for some reason. Yeah, I don't know how I did two commentaries so quickly. Whew. That was a barn burner, though, man. That conversation is whacked. I'm so upset. I'm so upset about that conversation. It's really upsetting conversation for me to see Peterson talk that way and to watch Raviki just do his little enchantment magic. And I mean, you can practically see the demons. It's bad. It's really disappointing. It's really a step backwards for the Peterson sphere in general. And you can ha, I told you so all you want, but still, like that's how this happens. Awakening to the Muppet Crisis. Hello, sir. I hope you are well. Uh, what is the worst part of the why Christianity? That's a good question. I suppose in reflection, I think the worst part is that part where John asks Jordan Hall why it matters that, or why does it matter to you that the creator cares about you? Because it really is a blatant blindness of his own system. Like John, I mean, this is one of the things I did not like about Awakening from the Meaning Crisis. John talks about babies as slugs. I mean, he actually uses the word slug, and I was like, "Oh my goodness, what are you saying? Don't say that. What is wrong with your brain?" But he basically the thesis is it's agapic love that turns slugs into persons, right? I mean, that's what he says. To not see the necessity for that one layer up, although I would argue it's not actually one layer up, but that's a long and difficult argument I don't have the energy to make. Um, yeah, what would that look like? And also, I mean, my comment in there because I didn't jumping to that point without making the point that I made, probably would have gone over people's heads. I suspect maybe I'm wrong about that, but I just have this very careful step-by-step plan for how to because I've been doing it for decades without realizing it in some cases. Like I have this very easy, what is the next step this person needs? Don't bring them 3 steps up. This is where the so-called Christians fail, right? They drag people too fast, too far. They don't know they're doing that. They don't understand the steps. It's fair enough, but also like stop doing that, please. Um, the idea that you wouldn't need caring to create is so absurdly ridiculous that I thought that was the most obvious thing to point out. And that going into this, like, this is your thesis, John. Like, this is actually the same thing that you say about parenting. And if God is the father, then obviously he has to care, or you don't become a person, you idiot. Sure. Right. But also, that's the vertical causality thing. And what I'm really trying to fight in the commentary videos is the enchantment, not trying to boil the ocean or like eat the elephant in one bite. Because I think that's the mistake people make. It's a mistake I made early on. I would just tell people, no, 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 here's 6 things that are wrong. And that would just blow their brain up. And they'd be like, you're wrong, Mark. And I'm like, but I just gave you 6 things. Like, I can't be wrong. I'm 6 times correct. Like, what's going on? You blow up their brain, they can't engage. So you got to be careful about blowing up people's brains. And I'm not claiming that I'm any better at it now, but I think I've gotten better. So that's important. Sandra Verviki is actually casting spells. Yeah, and look, fair if this doesn't work, go look at the Awakening from the Meaning Crisis thumbnails and then the After Socrates thumbnails. That looks like a different person. I'm just saying. That might be important. It might be significant. And if you can't see it, sure, fine, fair, whatever. But there's a there. And people who can see it sort of saw it instantly. And maybe things were still obvious in Awakening from the Meaning Crisis, right? And they just became more clear later. Sanjuro, he 100% looks different. I noted this yesterday. Yeah. Well, Sally noticed it immediately. So did I. I'm like, holy crap, this is like a different person here. What's going on? This weird, goofy, bug-eyed. What else? Yeah, he's more bug-eyed, and he's got this sort of goofy smile. It's very linear, the linear sort of smile. And I'm like, what is going on here? Is this like a Botox problem? Like, what's happening? And I think that's because there is a loss of intimacy causes a reflection in your body. Your actual way you carry yourself changes. And I think your body reflects your inner state. Sandra, a sinister grin. Yeah, it is kind of sinister. I agree. It's not almost Innsmouth look. Yeah. Yeah, almost. I saw The Color Out of Space, by the way. It was quite good. And then I read the story. And Sandra and I had a good chat about the differences there. Awakening to the Muppet Crisis, the Joker's grin. Yeah, it is. There's a couple of standard Joker's grins type things for sure. And yeah. Yeah, and also in the commentary, I posited a couple points and point out, look at these guys. Look at their faces. How interesting, right? There's a lot of information there. Don, morose, tight smile, hostility in his eyes. Yeah, well, he's out to prove something. And man, people aren't listening to him. Look at the numbers on Awakening from the Meaning Crisis and the numbers on After Socrates, which is horrifically edited, by the way. Different person edited those 2 series. Dude, Ixnon, yes, the Innsmouth look, maybe. I don't know if I'm willing to go that far. I saw the Innsmouth look driving brand new cars in some town out in Massachusetts. I could never figure out. I'm not joking. Never figure out what town it was. I never got back there again. I think it was past Southborough though. I was on my way to my first house. I was on my way to view my first house, and I got lost. I missed a turn, and, or maybe I didn't miss a turn, but I took a turn I shouldn't have. I must have taken a turn I shouldn't have. I must have taken a left at that silly intersection, and I drove for, like, another hour, and I ended up in what looked like Innsmouth to me, and I was like, "This is scary. These people have new cars, but they have fish faces. I gotta get out of here." And I turned back around and found my way to where I needed to be, and I was, like, really late. Um, Sanjuro at Ethan B. He's got hermeneutics. Oh, yeah. Well, yes. Oh, Ethan said he contacted Hermes. I don't know how I missed that. Yeah, he's writing letters to Hermes, so it should be fine. Um, I don't like hermeticism, occultism. No one's made the connect. No one? You guys haven't figured it out? Really? I'm just saying. Awakening to the Muppet crisis. Why there's so much Joker symbolism at the moment. Yeah, well, look, uh, people are seeing the world, and the stuff that's veiled or the stuff that's in the zeitgeist or the collective unconscious or subconscious or whatever, um, that's gonna come out in the art. That's what art is for, right? Is to reconnect you with those things. And that's the problem. Like, yeah, you're gonna see the Joker. You're gonna see that. Oh, contracted Hermes, Mark. Oh, sorry, Ethan. Yeah, he's contracted Hermes. Yeah, okay, okay, Sandro. Stop yelling at me. I'm having a bad week. You guys suck. Just saying. Uh, is Ethan making herpes joke? Yes. I don't know that he's joking at all, but yes, also. Um, how do you think demons infect people, Don? Hmm. So, like, I don't really? You don't see that one? Um, yeah, I think that you see the art reflecting the archetypal patterns of bad things because there's lots of bad things in the world that are being put out there and reflected. And that's why you see the Joker and you know, you've got the guy who created it trying to destroy his own creation. Right, because he's upset that how it was received. So people are giving the guy praise for making one of the best movies in the past 10 years at the time, and he's upset. He's so upset that he wants to destroy his own work and spend a bunch of other people's money doing it and make money in the process. I mean, good for him. But it it's it's interesting to me that the parasitic nature of these things has sort of come out. And yet we're still not there, right? Um, oh, Sanduro. Oh, thank you, sir. More Innsmouth tea. Love you, brother. Innsmouth tea. We should make Innsmouth tea. Maybe I will well, we'll see what happens. Maybe I'll start the Wisdom Tea Company up and we'll make Innsmouth tea. And it will have a existential dread aroma to it. Yeah, I wonder if you could pull that off. That might be worth trying. Um, yeah, someday when I hit the lottery, Sanjuro, we'll fire up the Wisdom Tea Company. We'll get Innsmouth tea going. It'll be fantastic. Um, made from the Devil's Reef seaweed. That would work. That would work. Ixnot. Clowns to the left of me, jokers to the right, stuck in the middle with Muppets. There you go. It's fascinating too. I mean, Burn Power stuff is way too long. because he just plays too much music, basically. Um, but his how we got here is, you know, he ties a lot of it into that he mentions that song. A lot of people do actually, which is fascinating that they all see the same thing. Um, a lot of the hints of all this were there, right? You can place a lot of the sort of recent manifestation from the 1960s onward. Uh, I'm not sure how well I buy um, the whole thesis about the trauma from the war. I mean, there's something to it, but Dawn, I didn't know we have American grown tea. I have to look into that. Thanks for the recommendation. Okay, there's two tea companies in South Carolina that grow here. One is Bigelow Tea has a plantation in Charleston, which I actually haven't been to, but I have to get down to at some point. The other one is Table Rock Tea Company. They're up on the in the foothills of the Appalachians. Actually, they're right on the North Carolina border at Table Rock State Park. I have a beautiful picture of them somewhere. I use it on something. Where do I use my picture? Anyway, they grow tea here, and then there's two tea plantations in Mississippi. Um, I suggest Table Rock Tea. I have met the owners, and they are awesome people. I really like them. And yeah, if I ever do start the Wisdom Tea Company, I'm buying from them, obviously. Plus, I can get there in 3.5 hours or so. It's not that far, although it is the far corner of the state of South Carolina. It may not be the furthest you can drive, but it's right up there because it's right on the border. So it's a it's a hike. It's a haul up there, man. It is a long way to Table Rock from my house. I do not regret it. The one time I went, had the top down, and it was a gorgeous day. It was absolutely gorgeous. Um, Also, not the place to go in the fancy car. Dirt roads, the whole 9 yards. It's a mess. It's a big fat mess. Benjamin Franklin, the father in that film After Yang, is a tea maker in the future. There is some interesting pontification about tea making in it. Thank you, sir. I might actually check that out. Um, yeah, I mean, there's tea ceremonies for a reason, and I think maybe we need more wisdom tea ceremonies. Dun dun dun. Um, it it's hard to understand why we've lost, we'll say, secular rituals in the US and what that means. So if you look in the East, they have tea ceremonies. They're very formal, and they have a symbolic conveyance of meaning to them, and that's actually super important. So, it, it's good to know. It's good to sort of understand that that's the case, because there's something to it, right? Everybody talks about sort of losing community, losing the fabric of society, the split, all this language. They're all pointing at exactly the same thing. They just like fancy new words for some things. Um, a lot of that is because we don't have the space to participate together. What what is happening when we participate together? Well, one way to participate together, particularly for strangers, is ritual. And it's participating in ritual that makes you not strange anymore, at least to one another. It's the participation in ritual that allows you to engage in a potential that you cannot imagine, an unknown unknown. And unknown unknowns are miracles, right? They're not the only way to think of miracles, but that's one way to think of miracles. And it's actually really important that people understand that because we've reduced everything to motivation, right? Oh, the political motivation, there's a consumer motivation or a commercial motivation or a capitalist motivation, all nonsense ways of talking, by the way. Um, Oh, there's a pro-felicity motivation, right? An egoic motivation for you to be seen, or these are nonsense ways to talk about the world, right? A lot of things happen because of other things, and they're not optional. If you do something in the world, you will be noticed. You may not be noticed by the people you want, and that might be a fault of the implementation that you chose, but you will be noticed. You may be noticed, and the people who notice you, you may never come in contact with, and you could change their lives forever. Hopefully for the better, but you will be noticed. Jordan Peterson, what you do matters. What if everything you do matters? Yeah. What what if? Better be damn careful with what you do. That's what if. And people aren't accounting for that. You know what though? They've got some brand new translation of a particular passage of the Bible, or worse yet, interpretation of it, or worse, well, they combined the three languages together and came up with a new way to understand. It's like, did that make you better? Or are you just more of a jerk now because you did that? Because I'm going for the latter over the former. I'm just saying. Think everybody that came before you needed that and didn't have it, and everything turned out as well as it did for you? Oh, bro. Think maybe you're doing stuff you don't need to be doing, that no one actually needs in the world. That's what I'm thinking. Now, I suppose I could be wrong about. No, I'm not wrong about that. No, absolutely not. Duh. Can't be true because we're not accounting for the past. How did people in the past solve this problem? How did people in the past deal with existential crisis? How did people in the past deal with grief? We're not accounting for any of that. We're just pretending like the past didn't exist or everything in the past was bad. That chronological snobbery, I think it's Chesterton that talked about that. We're just pretending like there is no past. Like we became adults at some point, and everything starts from there. And that's how people are talking. That's how Vervaeke talks. That's how Peterson talks. That's how Sam Harris talks. I have videos on that. Those are my Sam Harris video. I think that was the first one that got over 1,000 views. That's how these guys talk. And they're doing it publicly. The danger in the Vervaeke Peterson talk is that they're doing it publicly. Like, bro, maybe you're making breakthroughs for yourselves. Like, I get that. But like the rest of us can't follow along. You guys were like meeting each other in the halls and at each other's offices at University of Toronto for years. We don't have that context. Your usage of these words may be perfectly fine, although I got my doubts. But we the audience cannot know that. Cannot. And it's questionable as to whether or not you could fix that. So maybe that conversation you're having publicly is bad. Not because it's wrong or inaccurate or imprecise or incomplete, but it's bad because exemplifying something with that little context where you, the interlocutors, have that context messes up the world. Because it does. It makes everything worse. It's bad. Don't do that. And look, I mean, you got to on ramp people or whatever. You got to have difficult conversations. Sure, that has to happen. But how often and to what extent? And should you do it publicly? Or should you have barriers to entry in place so that people are more ready? So that you're not overwhelming them? Because you don't want sycophants. Watch John's AI video. You want to see sycophants? Those guys are editing his videos and running his YouTube channel. And I thought I was going to be sick. I thought I was going to throw up watching them. I'm like, why don't you just offer to have his babies? What are you doing? First of all, everything he says about AI is just technically incorrect. Like actually all of it. Sorry, bro. I've been doing AI for a lot longer than you've known about it. UFT or not. Like, I don't care. I was doing AI before Jeffrey Hinton came up with freaking back propagation. Like, whatever. Like, I don't know, but I've actually written it. And some of these things they're saying about it, garbage. It's impossible. Just flat out impossible. It's a closed mathematical system. Why can't you see that? It is by definition a closed Have you seen how computers work? And you see that I actually put this on my other channel, which is just my name. Ben Eater went through this whole thing. I guess he left Google or something, and then he does this series, and you can buy the kit and put together a breadboard computer that actually works with counters, and he goes through all the logic and how the logic gates work. And man, I didn't watch the whole thing, but I watched huge chunks of it. I love that stuff because my father used to teach you digital logic, and you know, he was raising me by himself. My mother was, around. She just wasn't living with us. And I'd go to those classes and sit with those guys as a kid in the digital logic classes. So whether I realize it or not, and maybe I can't articulate it very well because it's so long ago and like we were just doing it, I know digital logic, right? Like I know those circuits. Um, and now we've got this other guy. Shoot, I can't remember his name. Dr. Regan something or whatever. Yeah. And he's redoing the Ben Eater design, the SAP1 design, as a 6502 and playing the old VIC-20 games on it. Freaking hysterical. I've been enamored with that. I'm like, oh, this is so fun. I'm like, maybe I should buy a rap board. And, no, I'm not. I don't have that kind of time. And I don't have that patience anymore. But like you can see people going back into the past to get the wisdom, to get the ancient knowledge, even in the computer field. The retro channels on YouTube are nuts. These guys are insane. Although they do not have as cool a computer as I have. And I might, on the other channel, I might put that on. I've been thinking about seeing if it works. I don't have the physical space right now. But I might embark on that at some point in the near future. Ixnon, on-ramp conversation, not thrown in the deep end of the conversation. See, you can't on-ramp with conversation, right? Because people do not understand you when you talk now, no matter what you're talking about. And we've lost that. We have lost the sense for what the drift or skew is between humans. Like we've just lost it entirely. You have no idea how different people are and how they interpret different words differently and how well they listen. Somebody today on the Discord server didn't hear a word that was said, but responded nonetheless. And I freaking lost it because I have very little patience all of a sudden. I wonder why. And I was like, that's not what was said. Okay? Listen up and listen good. That's not what was said. Your critique is invalid. Shut up. Like, yeah. I don't know why I have to do this all the time, but I do because people are just off the rails. They're hearing things, they're making up words, they're, the very fine people hoax. Like this is everywhere. It's at every layer, and we haven't noticed it. Awakening to the Muppet, Crisis, Deadpool, Joker, Smile, Terrifier, Ghostbusters, Fall Guy, Beverly Hills Cop, Beetlejuice, Wicked. The year of the Muppet Clowns is upon us. I like that, the Muppet Clowns. Yeah, well, look, we've had society giving this rosy picture of people for too long. And one of the problems I've been chasing down in my head anyway, maybe I'll find somebody to work on this with at some point, but the pattern of media and family. And I can't put it at, we'll say, strictly sort of modern times, recent times, right? It might be all the way back to like Leave It to Beaver or something, right? But I don't think it is actually, because I think I'm not saying I can explain the difference, but I think there is a difference, and someday I hope to be able to explain it. But again, it's going to require a lot of work. Um, there's a way in which the stories we were telling about families changed, and it became less about exemplification and more about perfection and jealousy. And so people have this very weird view. The number of people I talk to, and they're like, "Well, my family does this and this," and I'm like, "That doesn't sound so bad." And they're like, "No, it's the most horrible thing ever." And I'm like, "Well, yeah, it's the most horrible thing ever to you, but look at this person over here and what happened with their family." And they're always like, "What?" And it's like, "Really? You don't realize that maybe you have a horrible family or horrible parents, but other people have worse parents?" That's never occurred to, and it really hasn't. Like, I'm not trying to be mean, but, like, it really hasn't happened to them. So it's like, "Oh, no wonder why you're confused. You think you're the only one. You're not the only one. That's why you're confused." Like, I get it. But where did they get this idea that families were that good? And then you watch something like, My Big Fat Greek Wedding. God, that movie was awesome. Any large family, any large culturally ethnic family, the Irish, it could be an Irish family, it would work just as well. Italians, too, Italians and Greek or Greeks are pretty close in some ways. Um, the Mediterranean, the Meds, they're all the same. Can't tell them apart. Anyway, uh, the that whole idea of the dynamics of a big family, and that movie was a huge hit. And I was just like, I grew up with those families, like, yes, absolutely. I wasn't in one like that, we'll say, but I was adjacent to them. Some of my friends were, and yeah, I mean, they functioned exactly like that, right? That was just an autobiographical film. It wasn't a quote work of fiction in that way. It was just like, yeah, this is how I grew up. I'm gonna exaggerate a couple pieces and then make a movie. Yeah, okay, fair. Most good movies are that, by the way. Uh, right. Almost Famous is basically diary entries. Like almost all of that actually happened, right? Um, there's a bunch of things like that where you can see sort of the forced narrative stuff versus the very natural, like telling my life story sort of thing. And then the corruption that happens from that. So if you look at any of Tim Burton's work, it's all corrupted diary entries. You know, a lot of these Hollywood people are like, "Oh, my father died, and now I need to work it out, so I'm going to make a movie." That's a Big Fish, right? Um, Great film, but also, what are you doing? What's going on, right? And so, if we don't understand, if we don't understand the influences that are on us and where our attention will be towards the perfect TV family, and our contrast will be against our own experience because we're not intimately connected to, right, we don't have a quality relationships with people next to us or near us. We don't know how other families of persons work. We only have this image. And I know Pearly Things on YouTube. I've been following a little bit of her work. It's fascinating stuff. She's been talking about like Friends and How I Met Your Mother. I never liked Friends, but I actually rather like How I Met Your Mother, um, and the influence that those, and I mean, she's not the first, second, or third to to talk about that. We'll say, because that's definitely been out there, but she's been talking about the influence and what this actually looks like. We'll say in pragmatic terms, like Friends is a horrific show. I mean, it's a train wreck. There's no good exemplification anywhere on that show. None. We're in New York City, bad sample set. How I Met Your Mother, New York City, bad sample set. Right? Most humans do not live in New York City. Most Americans do not live in New York City. The most Americans that live in a single city is New York City. That's an asymmetry. Those are different things, right? And then Sex in the City, right? A lot of stuff's just set in New York City, mostly because of Woody Allen, who's just the worst human ever. Um, But what ends up happening is you get these very unrealistic ideas of things like dating. Now, look, I think How I Met Your Mother is the funniest freaking thing ever. Like, I just love it. Uh, Also, it's absurd, and I don't even think I saw the last season. I think I begged out before that because none of these shows do well at the end. Um, I don't particularly like Pearly Thing's evaluation of second choice and all that. You know, but she's not wrong. Like, we'll say, not an enchanted enough view of the world for me. So there is an impact from this, uh, from the media, and yeah, you have to keep track of it. Dawn Pearly, name of channel, please. Pearly Things. Her name is Pearly Things, as in pearls. Um, she's an interesting younger commentator, uh, but she's really harsh on women. She, as a woman, she's really harsh on women. Let me tell you. You you be prepared. Put on your asbestos underwear before listening to her, man. She is not happy with her sex at all, and she makes some excellent points. Uh, I I've got a real beef with some of the stuff she says for sure, but again, it's not wrong enough. And she's been putting out shorts lately. Yeah, that 2 or 3 days ago. Oh no, it had to be Tuesday. She put out a video about friends and all that. I think it was Tuesday. Um, yeah, I mean, it's another case though, especially, with people like Pearl. It's Pearl Davis, I think is her last name. Um, with people like Pearl, like they've got a new system to plug everything into. And oh, what did she say today too? Today's live stream was interesting. I didn't catch the whole thing. Um, I don't know how I caught anything today. I did get work done today, amazingly enough. After all the anxiety-ridden sadness. Um, she was talking about how Eve wasn't deceived eating the apple. I was like, "Really? Okay." And then I'm not a theologian. Don't come back at me about that. I'm not a Bible scholar. It was really funny. I'm like, maybe she's right. Also, I don't know, Pearly Things. I mean, what are you doing? Is that really where you want to go with that? I don't know, man. Yeah, that was the sin, was lying to Adam, and I'm like, "Oh, you're giving men a little too much credit there." I mean, I like men, but I was at an event last night. Um, I thought it was important to get out. This new Indian food restaurant in Columbia, by the way. I'm not missing Boston so much anymore. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. The Thai restaurant, we can't eat there because we keep getting sick. But the Indian food restaurant, ah, perfect, perfect. Quite good, quite good. Um, but I went out to this event. I heard about my grandmother finally passing. We knew it was coming, right? They put her on morphine, but I just no, no, we're gonna go out. We're gonna do the thing. Um, go out and one of the women that runs the little event center over there. Um, Her husband was there, and they were checking people in as they came in. They're tracking everybody that comes into their little events. And I was introduced myself to him, was talking to him for a bit, and then she came back, and I was like, "So, what are you sitting up here for?" And he's like, "Oh, well, she's got me trained." And I'm like, well, don't tell anybody about that. I mean, shh, quiet. Don't tell them they can train us. That's what a terrible idea. They might do more of that. Don't encourage just bad, and his wife is there chuckling. Right? I mean, she's sitting right next to him, right? Um, and I was like, yeah, we could be trained to do a few things, right? Like og build, og smash. Sometimes og build okay. Uh, og pick things up and put them down. We get about 4 or 5 functions we can do for sure as guys. Um, but that that's pretty much it. Like, I can open jars. Jar. Give me jar to open. That's about it. We're not good for much else at the end of the day. Maybe a little too much credit there, Pearl, to the guys. But like I get it. I mean, she's a really good message about women sort of like they're controlling the field entirely. There's nothing else is going on there, which is that's people need to understand that. Women point, right? Women point. And when women don't know they point in random locations. And that's not better for anybody. Right? But women point, right? And they point to that higher thing. And when they're not doing that because they don't know how, to be fair, then we have problems. Women have to point and they have to point to the higher thing. Otherwise, we have problems, right? And playing the blame game about whatever is not helpful. But I do like a lot of what she says. A lot of what she says is super important. And so yeah, check out Pearly Things little thing. And she's got this Audacity network thing, and I don't know much about that. But it's another sort of indication of the rise of new framing to explain the world that people find attractive. And a lot of this new framing is helpful because you see things that you didn't see before, right? You can see things in a different way because you gain some perspective. That's the advantage of, say, new words, right? Differentiating something like love and agape, even though I think love as care is usually the way people use it. You can just swap care for love, and that will explain most of what these people are saying better than some crazy Greek word that's a bad translation. Dawn, I read a book by a woman who used concepts from animal training, to improve her relationship with her husband. People were so angry and said she was insulting her husband, etc. Look, what because we're living in the age of gnosis and knowledge is the highest value and knowledge is propositions, right? We really are denigrating the simple things that work for us, right? And so I have a bunch of frameworks that I deploy on people to help them around problems. And they're all oversimplifications and they're all terrible and they all work. Now, do I always apply them correctly? No, it turns out I'm not perfect. Big shock. I'm sorry, guys. I hope I didn't let you all down. Right. And again, this is the problem with the media thing too, right? We judge things against perfection, against utopia. And I saw something recently where I forget who it was, but I think it was Jeremy Boring on Twitter today. Trump is a deeply flawed man and he has lots of problems. It's like, yeah, John Adams too. Like, wake up. Like, can you name a president that wasn't deeply flawed? I'll wait here while you fumble around your own idiotic statement. Like, what kind of standard is this? So and so is deeply flawed. Thanks for the update, Captain Obvious. Are you saying they're a human being like all the other human beings? Well, that's shocking. I never would have guessed that persons are persons and that we have that in common. It's almost like we live in a fallen world and we're a fallen people or something. Sorry, Bruce. I didn't mean to shock you if you're watching. My friend Bruce would just be very upset if he hears that. Like really, like we're at that point where we're so high up that obvious things become novel, and it's like this isn't novel. Like, what are you doing? You're too high up. You're reaching into the stars, probably to try to escape something that you put yourself in, like a retarded moron. In that we're stuck in this stupid world. And we're not accounting for the fact that we don't need to do that. Like, we can look up, we can point up, right? We can exemplify the good. And there's going to be a cost. There's a cost to doing things and there's a cost to doing nothing. One of them's responsible. The other one makes you a bad person. I'll let you puzzle it out. Right. And the fear that, well, I'm an imperfect person. Who am I to take an action? Everybody else who took an action was an imperfect person too, bro. Get over yourself. Like, suck it up, Buttercup. Look what's going on. These are universal truths. They're universal truths. Sandra, why do you do this to me? Of course people are flawed. Does he think we just fell out of a coconut tree? Yes. I'm sure that's exactly what he thinks, that we just fell out of a coconut tree. And our absolute refusal to just observe the world. I'll say it again. Kamala Harris is stupid. She's an idiot. She's a low IQ player. Sorry, bro. This isn't a controversial thing for a vice president to be low IQ. Everybody was making that accusation against Dan Quayle. Ironically, it wasn't even true, by the way. Dan Quayle was quite smart, but like, this is not an unknown mode of being in the world. Like, this is something people have been talking about for years. The failed ambulance chasing lawyers get elected to politics. You can't even make money chasing ambulances as a lawyer, huh? Yeah, that's the guy I want running my country. On the other hand, what else we got? No one else wants to do the work. It's a good thing the country's designed for gridlock at the political level, isn't it? Yeah, it kind of is. And it was, very much modeled against the parliamentary model, which is the worst government idea anyone's ever come up with, by the way. Um, the first parliament was pretty much a corporate project, right? Um, Run by the East India Company, mostly enabled by the East India Company, in fact. And they got rid of the king, right? They beheaded the king, built the parliament, corrupted the parliament. Yeah, it's all right there, despite what the pricks at Oxford might say, who apparently can't read history. Although they used to be able to be fair to Oxford. I don't know what happened over there. We think our universities are in bad shape. Let me tell you, listen to the Oxford guys in the past 30 years. It's like, what are you talking about, bro? Have you read a book? I got books you could read. Yeah, it's bad. It's been a lot worse for a lot longer than people think. And we're so busy trying to redeem our past decisions instead of saying, oh, we were always on the wrong side. Oh, we were always wrong about that. Oh, the world was always in a horrible shape and we just made bad decisions. Yeah. Yeah, maybe from the minute you voted for the wrong party all along. I don't know what to tell you. It sucks. But like, confess and repent? I don't know. Seems to work. Pretty reliable. Could work for everybody if everybody tried it. We're too busy pointing at things around us instead of pointing up or pointing down at the past and the good things that we've built. And that's really important. And that's all exemplified. You can buy this, by the way. You should go to my store and buy one of these to remind you how this works. You've got to point at the good stuff in the past at the bottom of things, right? That raised the women up to approximately the height of the man, by the way. Huh, interesting. The man's willing to do that for her. What a nice guy, right? And together, she points up, you point down. And what does that do? That does the one thing the world needs. It makes you better. It makes you both better. This isn't that hard. I don't know why people are confused about this. It just seems really easy. Dawn, I certainly did for 40 years. Look, it it is so hard in general for us to understand what came before for some reason. And I don't get it. I don't get it. Ixnot, is there a version for sale with the starry background? There will be probably tomorrow. I'll get right on it. We have stars. Like I have actual star backgrounds I have permission to use. Um, so I can make that happen. That's not a problem. I'll talk to my product people about it. I'll get them on it. Yeah, I got high res astronomy photographs from somebody who was nice enough to share them with us and give us license to use them. Um, oh, Sally says, "Can get it that way." Do you mean in the future or do you mean right now, Sally? I will, well, probably before I even say it, Sally will take care of this with the product person who does an excellent job. Yeah, we have star backgrounds from actual star photographs, so we can totally do that. That's a completely excellent idea. We'll get right on that. We'll modify that product. I'll have it done tomorrow, almost certainly. And yeah, yeah, it'll take us a day. We gotta find the right background picture, but we have all that stuff. So I didn't think to use it, but I appreciate that. I don't know why Sally didn't think of it. Let's blame the artist. Blame the original artist. Yes. Yes. Just blame Sally for everything wrong. That sounds like a yeah, no, cool. Thanks for suggesting it, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, we'll get right on that. We can totally make these things happen. It's just more a matter of not knowing what people like. Uh-oh, now Sally's doing marketing research. Would you like it on a tapestry or wrapped canvas? Yeah, we have it on wrapped canvas now. That's what's on my wall. But yeah, we can definitely get different formats and different stuff through the store. Um, and I think that symbolism in general is important, and that symbol in particular, because we worked on it for so long, because artists are dumb and can't follow simple instructions. Uh, I think there's a depth to that is hard to appreciate, right? Like it'll take you a lot of viewing before you really understand all the things going on in that little picture. 'Cause it's not a little picture. It just seems like a simple little picture. And then it's like, oh, 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 right. And it should connect to the world. Should connect you better to the world. That's sort of the purpose of especially good art, we'll say. Art that's aimed upward. And the aiming upward in that is, should be obvious. But there's definitely an aiming upward. There's definitely an engagement with different ways of connecting the world. Uh, you know, by looking at the image, which I think there's lots of different sort of interpretations of that are all sort of valid, and that once you understand how to connect things together in that way, that's the poetic way of informing the world. See the knowledge engine model video. Um, that is the thing that re-enchants the world for you. The world's already enchanted, right? It doesn't need any help, but you need help. It's you need to be better at enchanting the world for yourself. It's that sort of thing that does it. Uh, it and that's what we're missing. We've got these like look, TV is flat. Like it's actually you're looking at me in the flat world. As this is much better than just speech, right? It's much better than audiobook of me or podcast of me, although I do have to get these all in podcast format. Had 3 terrible attempts. I'll have to try again. Um, it's better, it's better, but also in person's even better. That's why I've done a lot of trips, right, to these events. And yeah, I didn't go to Chino for a reason, right? I didn't go to Northwestbury for a reason. I'm sure there's a couple of other events I didn't even know about that I didn't go to, but I've been to a ton of events, right, for a reason. And they were important. Like all of them were important. And they were good events. They were good and important events to attend. And it was good and important to meet those people in person. And there were weird things that happened, right? People were like, oh my goodness, I understand you. I'm like, we haven't even talked in person. You just saw me and now you understand me? That's weird. Also great. Like, that's wonderful, right? That's a miracle. That's magic. But that's happened a couple of times. And it's sort of weirded me out, to be honest. It's like, wait, we haven't even talked. You saw me from across the room. What's going on? Like, why would that be true? Right. And it is breaking down preconceived notions. You meet somebody in person, the preconceived notions drop pretty quick, and bang, world re-enchanted. And so far it's been nothing but positive. I don't expect it to ever be any different, but it's good to note. All right, I don't see anyone jumping in here, so this is terrible. But if I don't get Sanjuro or Castle or Jesse or somebody in here, I'm gonna have to call it quits. Ixnon, real person Mark also gets kicked out of restaurants on occasion. Kicked out of restaurants? I don't know about that. I can't. Jono BNZ working. Oh, that's okay, man. It's don't sweat it. Um, I'm just gonna be mad at my usual crew. Uh oh, all right. See, Sanjuro, 5 minutes. I can do 5 minutes, Sanjuro. Sally Joe, only with Elizabeth. Yeah, didn't really get kicked out, but also, yeah, that wasn't my fault. That's for sure. I may have been contributing to the problem, but it wasn't I didn't start it. Yeah. Um, Elizabeth is a trip. I love Elizabeth to death. She's so much fun. She's way more fun, but she's been to a ton of events. Holy mackerel. Every time I go somewhere, she's there. I'm like, what are you doing here? She's always there. I'm like, that's weird. Yeah, yeah. And those are always good events too. Like we haven't met at any bad events. Uh that's good. I don't think she went to Chino. I should find out. I wonder if she went to Northwest area was tiny. What we need is Thunder Bay Chew. That's what we need. We need to get Catherine to do Thunder Bay Chew and see where it lands and not worry so much about the naysayers who are saying one thing publicly and saying other things privately as usual because they're snakes. Um, yeah, you gotta sally forth, as it were, with your plans and not worry about people who are concerned about things that are none of their freaking business. Quite honestly, um, you should give encouraging advice to people who have done good things in the past. It's not to say they'll do good things in the future, but also that's your best bet, right? You don't want to give encouraging uh, uh, advice to drug addicts because either they're going to use that to encourage themselves into their addiction, or they're going to waste it because that's almost certainly what's going to happen. And it's small steps. Like, yeah, man, why don't you try to make it through the next 6 hours? That's a better goal than yeah, you should just quit cold turkey. You know, and that sort of thing works. And breaking things down is really important. All these people talk about deconstruction, and they all suck at it. I'm like, you wouldn't know how to deconstruct if your life depended upon it. You're a Muppet. Like, just stop. Stop pretending you can deconstruct. You're an idiot. You can't deconstruct anything. You don't even understand things, much less able to deconstruct them. You're horrible at it. Just give it up. Like, get a different hobby. Like, what is wrong with your brain? Because that's really what it boils down to. Like, there's something wrong with your brain, kid. Like, you're a little out there. And it's sad because if people would focus on doing what they do best, they'd get better. And that would be awesome. And they're hell bent on not doing that. I don't know why. I honestly do not know why. But it's absolutely everywhere. It's absolutely everywhere. Maybe I'll do a list one of these days of like the 10 biggest problems, right? Which is the flattening of the world, right? People just trying to understand the world, so they build a world model that's understandable to them. Uh, Preferring knowledge and prediction of knowledge over simple observation. Like, this person's stupid, right? This person's corrupt. This has to be evil, right? There's none of that is like we're just flat out denying silly, obvious things, left, right, and center, right? Those are two good ones. Um, there's also this focus on knowledge is the highest value, this age of gnosis sort of thing, right? And squishing the knowledge right down to propositions. And then think, well, I can give you knowledge. That's what education is. Good Lord, no. not even close. See my video. I've got videos on education. Um, we're really stuck. Like we're really stuck as a culture, really stuck as a society. And we see that reflected in the media, to Jesse's earlier excellent point. Um, we see that reflected. We see the reflection of the Joker, of Barbie, right? Of uh, the redemption of bad characters and the denigration of heroes, right? We see that. Like, why are we doing that though? What is causing that? And then it's parasitic, right? Because the guy makes the Joker's fantastic movie. He's pissed off at the way people saw it, and they made it popular and thought it was great. So he ruins it. What are you doing, dude? What's going on? What's going through your head? Why are you like, I mean, demons, anyone? Like, who would do that? Why would it be the people that wrote Barbie, the woman in particular there, totally pissed off that people identified with Ken. You wrote the story and you didn't see that coming? Would you plug it into a spreadsheet and say, oh, we're good to go? Too flat. Story wasn't going to manifest that flat because stories aren't flat. Stories are enchantments. They're forms of enchantment. They're forms of drawing a world together, not tearing it apart. You can understand a lot of the bad behavior in the world and a lot of the bad things that are happening by things being torn apart, right? A loss of intimacy, a loss of quality relationship, things being reduced, flattened to smaller versions of what they could be, and in many cases, what they should be. That's not a bad way to think about it. And, some people are understanding that and some people are not. They're just not seeing it. Sanjuro, welcome, sir.
Hello.
Are you freed from being with child? Did you have your child? You've ejected your child from your body and you're no longer with child?
Yeah, they have a new process to make the child, as well as to induce labor without the need for a C-section. They got this really down.
Excellent. More gnosis.
Gnosis is going to save the world. I don't know if you know that.
It's going to save the world.
Yes. It's getting better all the time.
We are improving the gnosis. Hey, we just found out that if you break up with somebody, your heart is physically damaged. Like any day now, we should be advancing the gnosis far enough to.
No poet ever at all from any civilization from any time before ever figured that out. Not once.
Seriously, I don't think I've gone a week since reading that without thinking how retarded it was and how we're all doomed. We're all just completely screwed. Like there should be a physical uprising against these morons. And they should be pariahs. Like they shouldn't be able to walk the street. Like why did you do this test? What were you thinking? Why did you need this validated in physicality? What are you, stupid?
I mean, that disconnection you talked about, it's that real.
Yeah,
they really do need that validation. I think, yeah, you really do. Unless it comes from a microscope, from a white paper, it's not real to them.
If it's not in the material, they can't control it. And then how are you going to play God? Huh?
That's
how
true.
are you going to play God?
Mm-hmm.
Like, and they don't even see. You can say that I've done it. You can say that to them.
Well,
right over their head.
When you say that, Mark. When you say that, Mark. That's right. That's what you see. I put a thing in the Discord of a side-by-side image, and it's from the 1970s Hobbit cartoon when the goblins come in to take the dwarves. Because when I saw his face, it flashed in my head because that's how it'll work for me. Images just come to me, and I remember distinctively the frame in that. And it's the goblin, specifically the goblin that's coming with the chains to put it on the dwarves and take them around. Yeah. And so I put that side by side. And the lyrics of that song is the black crack, meaning the whip, and then it goes down to Goblin Town, down to Goblin Town. You go, my lad, ho ho, my lad. And it's just him taking Peterson down.
That's nice.
He's like, down to Goblin Town. Nice. Yes. Let me cast my spell.
It's the
Meteor
attack
4.
of Ed Gregor.
I've never seen that before.
You haven't seen Ed Gregor? Yeah, I figured
dude, that's brilliant. That's
Isn't
exactly
that
the same image. Yeah, I never saw that.
That's Sally Joe, man. Dude,
Sally
you gotta check out all the art channels, like the Discord art channels.
Fire.
Full
that
of
is fire.
They're absolutely full of it. Yeah, have you seen my meme?
That's social media advice. Governments. Yeah, that's so true.
That was Sally Joe inspired too.
Gosh,
I'm like,
yeah.
that's a meme. I know which meme that is. I feel smart. I feel like a millennial.
How's it going, fellow kids?
Yeah, exactly. Yo, what's up, fellow kids?
Oh man. The chasing the dragon of the floodwaters, the age of Gnosis, the everyone hunting that. I think if even that inclination to that people get hungry for participation and poetics again, I think that a lot of this could recede really fast, because people once they get hungry for something, it can go pretty quick, and I'm hoping that's what we're seeing happening now. Because like you said earlier in your talk, this is like, how many times have we seen this pattern now? And you can see the response of people of seeing this pattern over and over and over, and it's happening quicker. People seeing it and seeing that pattern over and over and over again.
Yeah. Yep. Oh, Ixnon apparently logged into the Discord and quit real quick. Awesome, Sandro. And then Sally Joe's an artist, so bear with her, guys. When Millennial Mark joins the Discord, he fights Flat Mark for dominance.
That's pretty good.
Don't encourage her, Sandro. Come on. You're doing years of work here.
We already know who Evil Mark is. I'm not going to say it on you. You know who I'm talking about. I'll just do this. When we think about stuff in science.
There we go. It's strange to me, like that pattern's out there. I think the two big things are meaning and wisdom. And I'm trying to do the wisdom thing, right? But there's so much more work to be done. I mean, I like today because I was like, oh, I've got another partial definition of wisdom. We've got two pieces now. So we might be making some progress. It's only been 5 years. Yeah. I think that's part of it, is once that catches fire. But we still need people. And the problem is, like, no one wants to do the work. No one wants to lead, right? So Peterson's like, I'm not going to lead this. And Vervaeke's I'm not going to lead this. And Peugeot, I'm not going to lead, although Peugeot's sort of turning around, in my opinion. I'm not going to lead this. Yeah, leadership's hard, and it's a burden. And man, and if it's not, you're not a leader, you're a scumbag. I'm just saying. Like, it should be the sacrifice should feel not worth it to you.
Right.
And if it doesn't, then you're doing it wrong. Like, it's just that simple. Like, yeah. Sally Joe. Mark, pursuing meaning and wisdom while information is dissecting things into irrelevance. Well, that's really well said, Sally. I like that. Yeah, I think that's in many ways a simple way to understand meaning is binding things together into a unity. Which, John should understand that and doesn't seem to, which is very upsetting to me. I'm like, why can't you use your own stuff and come to the right conclusion? And then people go on Twitter, demons aren't real. And I'm like, are you sure? Because I'm pretty sure that there are explanations, and then there are good explanations. And demons seem to fall in the latter category, and everything else seems to fall in the former category, and we're flooded with explanations. Why is this person running for president? Why isn't this person putting out this ad? why isn't this person, saving this thing? And why is this war happening? Why can't we stop? It's like, oh my goodness. Like, what are you doing? There's thousands of explanations for all of these things, and you don't have access to any of it. You don't know the mind of Vladimir Putin. And do you think he's going to tell you the truth? And if he does, would you understand that he did? Like, where's your validator for his truth? Oh, he's clearly telling us the truth when he says he wants this. By the way, I'm a go Russia guy, so sorry, Ukraine, but like, no, bro. I ain't risking no World War III on your ass. Ain't happening. Yeah. If Russia wants to protect itself from the West, given Drag Queen Story Hour, I'd say go Russia. So while you're at it, you can come over and conquer us. That'd be fine too, because we're in a mess. Sally Joe. John has to use Hermes' stuff. Yeah, pretty much. That sounds like possession to me there, Sally.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, right. It's that Peterson conversation is just bothering me, dude. I'm like completely, you want sadness? Like before I had the sad news, I was already sad and upset and mourning losses. Let me tell you, this is just a closer physical loss than, there is a loss there. Like, we've really lost Peterson. Maybe we can get him back. I don't know. But like, wow.
I have some hope because I know Peterson does compartmentalize in some sense. And talking to our mutual buddy yesterday, noticing his body language in that conversation, he wasn't quite open like a friend, but he was giving in to what I've seen as a problem with him in the past too. He gets that. I'm guilty of this too, right? But I've spotted it and I keep it in check. But I don't think he knows this about him, but he gets into that, for lack of a better word, for him, that academic bro mode where he gets really excited and really like let's play with gnosis, let's play with stuff, and Vervaeke gets him like that, and I think Hermes is aware of that, and Hermes plays into that because he does it more and more. If you watch the progression over the several interviews from him, and he never really considered him a friend before that first interview, like the third 3 or 4 back.
You think so?
He always considered him a colleague, because Peterson would always say, we pass each other in the halls and things like that, but he never. I mean, Jonathan Peugeot's had dinner with him and been at his house.
Right.
Like you can tell that they have a much closer kinship. But Peterson also, right, according to his, knowledge is good, emergence is good. That he's always open, and that's the danger. He's always open, and so you can see that he's being open to Vervaeke, and then that wedge is moving it open more and more through the whole manic, scholarly, academic bro energy that he really likes from college, and probably back when he was in college. You know what I mean? Like, because he's got that. I mean, you have it.
Yeah.
We have those brains. It's fun to take it out for a spin and just let loose, and and go fast.
That's what some cults do, right? They get you into the new and novel, and we all need new and novel. It's not optional, but you don't want it all the time, because then you're a drug addict, right?
Well, I love, by the way, I love that you equated it to drug addiction, because that's exactly what I've seen with flat worlders.
You can't tell in an fMRI or with brain monitoring equipment. You can't tell the difference. That's been in the literature for decades.
Right.
You can't tell the difference externally, materially.
Right.
Which is weird that materialists don't key into that and go, hey, maybe.
Yeah. You can definitely get it addicted to spiritual and
there's
mental.
a huge problem here that you kind of pointed out. Like, and I know Sally's been bugging me about this. I need to do a video on what is friendship. Because I think people are like, oh, I've been talking to you online for a while, and now I consider you a friend. And I'm like, you're a lunatic, and you need to be in an asylum. All right? You're really not friends with someone until you share a meal. until then, piss off.
Mm-hmm.
You may know them better, but that's not friendship. Like
No.
friendship is eating a meal together.
Yeah, you could get close, but it just does not manifest till you.
Friendship is being in battle with somebody.
Yes. Yeah.
You know, I mean,
Yeah.
not
So my
it doesn't have to be
closest
a
friends
real,
have been people that I've been in fights against and with.
but like the paintball
Physically.
thing we did in Thunder Bay before Thunder Bay, that was great.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it was 2 French Canadians marching through the woods, myself and Jonathan Peugeot, and they
Gonna
spotted
save the
me
world.
first, and I was like, "Go that way," you know, and he went right, I went left, I died, he did not. So yeah, you know, I was happy to sacrifice myself for my French Canadian brother, no problem. Yeah, and so we did that too in Arkansas at the Convivium talks. You gotta listen to those. Those are amazing. Those are great talks.
Which one?
Yeah, the Convivium talks were fantastic. Yeah, I'll send you the links and stuff. Ted put on such a good show, and but that was the same thing. We did paintball. We had a freaking blast, and then we did this cool thing, campfire. We had a meal around a freaking huge bonfire, right?
Yeah.
And then every night so that was at Ted's house, and then every night at the facility we were all staying at, campfire. And so we'd do our talks or whatever, and then we'd go out and like build a campfire, and then there'd be campfire, and it was all, and then we'd continue the conversation. It was awesome.
Dude, that sounds like heaven to me.
The other thing,
staying up for 8 hours and talking around a campfire.
No, and we were completely isolated. We were at this little camp, you know, in the middle of the Ozark Mountains or something. It was crazy. It was awesome. Gosh. Gorgeous. It's absolutely gorgeous. Yeah. And there were like, I don't know, 20 of us or something. It wasn't that big, right? It was pretty small, but like total quality. Reading poetry, right? Hearing people talk about poetry and what it means and all. It was great. But like, we did the DC thing, which was great. That was Spencer Clavin was there. So I met Spencer Clavin. Yeah. He's an interesting guy.
That would be interesting to meet him.
That was singing. Right. We all sang together. I'm like, oh. But no one's put it all together yet. So I'm like, oh, maybe I'll do one of these things. One of these days I'll win the lottery or whatever. And I'll put one on and put all this stuff together correctly. Because we have the tools. Like we know how to make this happen. Right. We know how to make this happen. Now we've got tools and patterns. That's all you need. So yeah. Yeah, that's one of the things. But yeah, I mean, it's good to compartmentalize that. I think the problem with the internet is you can be in intellectual, cool description or explanation mode all the time.
Right.
But now you're a heroin addict. It's just you're not using heroin. And I talk about that. I have a whole video on what is it? It's description, explanation, prescription, prediction. I think that explanation, description. Yeah, it's explanation, description, prescription, prediction, something like that. Yeah, like they're all different, and then you got to figure out. Oh, wait a minute, like what am I getting out of this?
Mm-hmm.
But it's easy to get an explanation for something or a description of something, which is it's not helpful. There's a dozen of those, and they all have equal value for the dozen descriptions for anything. They all have the same value, which is to say none at all, right? Like, because they don't provide you with a connectivity, with an explanation, and they don't provide you with a prescription, like what should I do, or a prediction, what's going to happen next.
Mm-hmm.
And then when they don't work, Curtis Yarvin fell into this, right? When it doesn't work, they just add more bits. Oh, well, that didn't work because the election didn't go the way I thought because blah, 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 blah. And it's like, dude, you keep adding bits. Like you keep adding exceptions to your rules. Maybe that means your rules are crap.
Right.
And nobody ever goes back and understands that. I want to read some Sally Joe here. Sally Joe, when you indulge high people with entertaining their very open high ideas, you spread them out thinner and thinner. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
It's actually bad for them Took Mark
it's
telling
terrible
you
for
to
them.
understand it, but obvious. Yeah, it is. The flood is hard to see because it's everywhere. The endless disconnectedness from implemented ideas are so similar to people in a high brain state. It's fascinating, but I see where it gets to excess and it can be a detriment. It keeps you from sharing life. Young adult fiction is literary meth. Can confirm. YA is poison. And I think, it's really important to realize like that attenuation, that thinning out, that flattening, that reduction, that compression, that's what you're compressing out is intimacy. You're compressing out the qualities, and that includes quality of relationship. And you can't reinflate that. So you see this in the Peterson conversation where they're reinflating everything by pointing at relationship. And I'm like, well, that's kind of a step in the right direction, but you're still understanding relationship from you out. And it's like, well, that's great, but like there's a flat world.
Well, I mean, if you were born into a situation where you have not had healthy intimacy, and then you're only using that as a reference point, you can't get out. Like
no. Look, Sandro, I don't know why you said that. You have TV as a reference point too, dude.
Oh, I see.
No, you have this ideal, right?
Yeah.
We just talk things through in this family and they resolve. Yeah, I've never heard of a family doing that before in my life. What are you talking about? I'm dreading going to New England. I don't know what's going to happen.
Well, I mean, once
there's a bunch of people that I know who just lost their mother.
Yeah.
And you know what happened to me? So when my mother died, right? Like my best friend had his mother die years before, right? Not that many years before, but a few years before. And my mother dies, and then the next Mother's Day comes along, and I left the house, which is already unusual for me. Just leaving the house is like still a big deal. Like, what are you doing? Leaving your house, And I went to like CVS to get some, and the woman said, "Would you like a rose for Mother's Day?" And I was just like, "I want to murder you right now." And I was like, and then I was like, "Where did that come from?" And then I'm like, "Oh, I see where that came from." I'm like, man, this is bad. And then I called him up, and I was like, "Hey, you son of a bitch, you didn't warn me about this," because I was furious. I'm like, man, that came out of nowhere. Mom's been dead for months. What the hell just happened to me? But like, oh yeah, and I've been angry about it ever since. So it doesn't go away. So like, I don't know what's gonna happen when I get up there. These people are all like, it's not even a surprise, right? Like my grandmother's been like, I hope I don't see you all next year, for years. And she was that tough, and she was with it the whole time too, right? She was like, "No, bro, I want out. I'm like, I'm done. Like, I'm just waiting to get out of here." Like, fair, And she was like, "Pray that Jesus takes me soon." Like, okay, grandma, whatever you want. Like, absolutely. So this isn't a surprise. And she's been real sick and having problems breathing. She didn't get like an illness or anything. There's been a couple close calls, falls, things like, these things happen when someone's in their 90s, right?
Right.
But like when it happens, everything changed. Like my mother had cancer. Like I was just watching, that every day, right? I mean, I remember the day, it was 2 days before she passed. The nurse practitioner goes, "Well, she could have 3 weeks." And all I can think of is, oh my God, please no, not 3 weeks. Please no, nothing like 3 weeks. Nothing like, please, nothing like 3 weeks. It's not. No, it's way too long. And it was 2 days later. So yeah. But you don't know what's going to happen to you, because like you've never lost your mother, but it can only happen to you once. That's right. And you don't know what's going to happen. And you don't know what's going to happen to those people, right? You just don't know. No idea how things were held together, what traumas people are going to release. Like, you don't know. And so part of me is just like, I don't want to drive up to New England and go to the funeral. Not because I don't want to go to the funeral, but I don't want to be around those people to see what the hell is going to happen to them when they, when it sets in. right?
It's going
Which
to
is
be wild.
right. I mean, the funeral is the integration of the death, right? To some extent.
Mhm.
So, you just don't know. You have no idea what's going to happen. So I was ready to go yesterday because they put her on morphine, and I'm like, all right, well, I'm going to start packing because I don't know. Somebody might collapse, from the shock or what. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. Hopefully they're all strong enough to deal with it, right? But they don't know if they're all strong enough to deal with it.
Yeah, nobody knows.
Yeah, you don't know what's going to happen in a situation like, because it's a unique one-time thing. You don't get prep time. There's no like practice run, like it doesn't even matter how close somebody comes to death. It's way different when they're gone. Because my mother got cancer twice, so we were sort of prepared the first time, and that did not prepare us at all. So yeah, it was tough. So I don't know what to expect. So, and I haven't figured out when I'm going up yet. I just found out what the funeral was today, but no live stream next week. I'll be recovering from funerals, or probably in the midst of crying or something. And we have I think nobody, you don't kind of see out there people like, you know what? One day your parents are going to die, and how are you going to feel about, you know what I mean? You don't see anybody warning anyone else about this problem, right?
Yeah.
Tragedy strikes all the time. Like people get hit by cars and buses and crippled and dead. And, like nobody's talking about that. Everyone's talking about the rosy, like, what do I do to get a better job in programming? It's like, who the freaking hell cares? Like, what are you doing?
Or pushing off the whole notion of death altogether.
Right. Well, there's no. I mean, we're all going to live in the cloud and have our memories downloaded, and we'll be able to talk to our loved ones, and it'll be fine. I mean, didn't you see Upload?
Oh,
Upload's hysterical, by the way. Oh my God, that show is funny. I really liked that show. There's nothing good about it, but it is fun and funny. It's like
I saw the trailer for that. I was like, no, thank you.
Oh no, dude, you gotta watch it. It's so much fun.
If I watch it for a B movie perspective, that could be good.
No, you'll. I think you'll enjoy it. Actually, it's quite interesting. I mean, it does deal with all the issues.
Okay.
Over the series, like it unfolds slowly, and then there's all these threads that come into it, and it gets really interesting. It's all the patterns are there. I'm like, oh, this is so cool. They actually, I don't know if they did it on purpose. They hit all the patterns, right? So it makes it a good show in that way, because the patterns are all kind of obvious. What do we got? Sally Joe, those kinds of things just show you who you are like nothing really can. Yeah. And you can't know people in their absence. Right. That's the problem. Dawn, all that talk is only about the finances. Yeah. Well, the finances talk is important too. Otherwise, everything, including all your memories of your mother and stepfather, might get stolen from you. Sally Joe, people lose children and go back to work so their other children can keep their home. Yeah. And you interact with them not knowing while it's happening. That's right. And people talk about this a lot. Like, one member of the family will take care of the parents, and they're just sponging off of them. And it's like, that's not how that works. Like you're there, you still got to put up with them. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. People, I mean, there's, people act like everything's a one-way relationship.
Mm-hmm.
Someone's getting something out of it, or someone's getting something sucked out of them.
All transactional.
Like, but one way.
But one-way transactional, yeah.
Right. It's always one way positive or one way negative, and it's never reciprocal, which is why Vervaeke's work is an upgrade. It's just not enough of an upgrade. Like like he's not advancing it, right? And he a bunch of his assumptions are wrong. See the knowledge engine model video. A bunch of his assumptions are wrong, and so he can't point higher. And when he points higher, or when he tries to point higher, he ends up with a flat world with more parts, and he goes straight into Greek mistranslations of words, because that's how that works. And then you end up with, agape being the thing that makes persons, unless the creator does it, in which case you don't need it suddenly. So persons just spring out of other persons from no starting point. And it's like, dude, what are you doing? Like, why?
Primordial Aristotelian substances spring out of primordial Aristotelian substances.
Pretty much.
With no beginning.
And that primordial presupposition, I can't even.
Well, the slug thing is pretty bad. The slug thing.
Dude, I know he said slug, and I was just like, John, what are you doing, dude? Why? You're calling your children slugs, and then saying, if not for my love, you would still be a slug. It's like, I don't know, bro.
And I don't care if my kids love me because I'm agapic.
Yeah. Well, that's why you only need agapic out from you and up. It never needs to emanate down upon you. I mean, that's basically what that conversation was really all about.
Call your doctor today to find out if you too can get agapic. Side effects include flattening of the world, loss of intimacy and participation, falling in love with one's own idea, possibly destroying the earth.
Demon possession. Yeah.
And rectal bleeding.
Demon possession, rectal bleeding, and guaranteed mistranslation of Greek concepts. Tell your doctor about agape today. That's agape with your doctor today. Dude, we should totally do that as a short. Sally Joe. The day after my friend died, I was slow at pulling through an intersection and got flipped off in traffic. And bam, I was nicer in traffic for life.
Wow.
Well, because you don't know what people are going through. Right. He just didn't know what he didn't know. That's how it is. Yeah. You don't know what the other person's going through. So they may do something stupid. And it's what I like about down south. It's much nicer here for that stuff. People will let you out in traffic. They'll wave you on. You'll do something stupid and they won't get all Boston on your ass. It's great. They'll do something stupid and you can forgive them because everyone does that. Like, it's really like when you're just surrounded by it. Like, you should see. Like, so I drive north, right? It takes a couple days now, right? As I go north, the driving changes. And the next thing you know, I'm flipping people off and swearing at them because that's what you do in New England.
It's true. Literally.
I fall right back into the battle. Like, driving is a video game, and I am going to win. And then I freaking and in the little convertible, because it's so quick. Oh man, dude. Oh, it's so much fun because I win every round. This car's so fast. I just win every round. I'm like, I'm gonna get in front of you now. Bye. Boom, before they even know what hit them. And they're like, what the hell? What was that? And I'm like, yeah, bro. Every once in a while, someone will race me. And I just look at them like, do you not see this car? Do you think this car is designed to go slow? And I just, boom, and I'm gone. 8-speed automatic transmission and way more horses than you need. Like the thing, because it doesn't weigh anything. The car is super quick. I remember the first time I drove it home. So I get it, right? It's the last day of October. Of February. I know how to buy cars. That's when you buy your car. So there's a ramp that goes off a bridge onto one of the main highways. It's Route 1 here. We call it Two Notch Road. So I come down off the ramp and you have to go kind of fast because Two Notch is moving, and it's a ramp and it's a little weird. It's one of those zigzag things where you're pulling out and you're pulling in to get on the other side, which is very unusual in South Carolina, to be honest. There aren't very many interchanges like that. There's a small interchange. It's not too bad. And I hit the bottom of the ramp and I do my merge into traffic and I look down and I'm doing 90 and I'm like, whoa, dog, what happened here? Like, I'm not used to this car. I gotta slow down. Like 90. What? How? Oh yeah. Car's quick. Car's real quick. That's not like a quarter of a mile. Like it's not It's not like a long ramp either. Like, yeah, I was
Well,
like,
you mean to tell me you don't
Dang.
live your life a quarter mile at a time?
you gotta live life 1/4 mile at a time.
Nah,
Yeah,
it's cool. I'll let you let me go, FBI agent.
I love the first Fast and Furious movie. It was great. It was great.
It was the 15 afterwards that it started getting a little a little wonky.
Yeah, they were terrible at it. But that was another attempt of Hollywood to start a mythos.
Mm-hmm.
It just trying to do the mythos of the outlaw car driver. And the only successful one they've done is John Wick, although they kind of ruined that. But like the original John Wick movie was dead on. Like, man, and that had been tried before. The Professional, right? That was another attempt at kind of redeeming the shooting guy, the assassin. That didn't work out because they just structured. I mean, it's a great movie. I actually like the movie, but like it didn't rise to mythos, right? Because they don't know what they're doing. They're using spreadsheets in Hollywood to figure out if stories are any good. On the basis of the work from Joseph Campbell, who was just wrong about everything. So I don't even know. Like, I don't know what's going on.
I hear it so much too. Like this, any conversation, whether it's like people critiquing or people who are into it, or just any of these YouTube channels, and they'll start invoking Hero's Journey, and just the conversation just swirls down into a halt because it's like they don't have the frame.
Well, but they think the hero's journey is the journey that you partake that makes you a hero, and it's like, what definition of hero are you using? That doesn't happen to anybody ever. Like, heroes are born. They're demigods. That's what heroes are, dumbass. Like I don't know what else to tell you. Like, you're born a hero. Like, the question is, what do you manifest as a hero? Because some heroes are evil and some heroes are good. You've totally missed the point. And that's why they strayed into the anti-hero thing.
Yeah.
I'm like, there's no such thing as an anti-hero. Hero is not directional. Right. It's like racism. Racism is not a directional word. You can't have anti-racism. That doesn't make any sense.
Is there a different word you'd rather use than hero then?
Well, look, some movies are hero movies. There's nothing wrong with that. Most movies have a protagonist and an antagonist. There's no heroes involved. Like, I don't understand. Like, this is how I grew up learning literature. I mean, let's be a little fair. My father is a PhD in English literature. So, like, I did grow up with this for sure, right? Everybody in my family on my father's side can write. Like, my grandmother was brilliant writer. My father's not fantastic at it. But I definitely have the writing gene for sure. But that's the thing. Like, we'll address Sally's thing here. Exemplar virtue. No, I mean, a hero can exemplify evil. Heroes are people that have skill sets that are in the Pareto 1%. That's what a hero. Hercules has the strength of 10 men. Hercules does not have the strength of one guy who worked out his whole life. He has the strength of 10 men, and he's born with it. Like, that's why he's a hero. He's also a demigod. There's other ways to make the heroes. Sure, whatever. The ancient Greeks explanation was demigod, because what else explains we'll put it in completely anachronistic terms. What else explains the genetic variation of a hero with like, there are people I know people like that. I know people that are massive outliers. Like, I know people that just, my stepfather had an unrecorded IQ. That's why when I watch like Eric Weinstein, I'm like, this guy's a drooling idiot. He's not even the 10th smartest person that I know. Not even he doesn't make the top 10 list. I'm not joking. Like, I've been around smart people, and he ain't one of them. Which is not to say he's not way smarter than almost everybody else. It's just to say, like, he ain't near the top. It's further up.
I want to say, when you say drilling hero, There's something deeper behind that. Something not quite being said. I'm doing a Weinstein impression. Unnecessarily cryptic.
But a good story has a protagonist and an antagonist.
So that's what you mean by a hero can be evil, because they can have those characteristics, and the story may be about how they don't rise to the occasion or how they use that for evil.
Exactly, both.
But right.
But
a hero, but a hero is about the 1% of someone who has extraordinary abilities that not everybody has.
Exactly, they're outliers. It's the story of an outlier.
Samson, Hercules, right? Yeah.
Or even Batman. Like Batman is an outlier.
Or an outlier.
Superman is an outlier. He's born that way. Right. And Batman sort of skirts the line because he develops into that with the help of a lot of money.
Yeah.
Tony Stark is not a hero.
So how would you make the difference between Tony Stark and Batman?
Because Tony Stark augments himself with technology, whereas Batman is not merely an augmentation with technology. Right? He actually trains and makes his body better. Whereas Tony Stark's like the same flabby jerk all along, and all of his strength comes from the exoskeleton that he creates, and he does that through gnosis and money.
Well, wouldn't you say though that his intellect is his 1% thing that he was born with?
No, I wouldn't.
Well, at least how it's portrayed in the stories.
Well, he's somewhat portrayed as the hero inventor or something, but that's not a thing. Like, that's not an archetypal mode. Until Edison, nobody even thought of such things. Like, they're just ridiculous. It's Edison and Tesla that changed.
A case can be made in the Marvel universe that they're implying that his intellect is genius level, and that could be something that he's born with.
That's Age of Gnosis. But that doesn't make you a hero.
So you discount anything Age of Gnosis from that frame.
It's not. Knowing things is not heroic.
Well, but they're saying that he genetically is like a genius. Like he has
but it's not heroic. Yeah, well, and some people are born with an extra thumb, and they're not heroic. They're outliers, but they're not heroic.
Okay.
The heroes have qualities that matter, like the strength of 10 men. That matters if you're going to empty out the pens, right?
So you're saying that Batman trains into the strength, so his intellect isn't a factor either. Then you wouldn't consider intellect in either Batman or
not a factor. Intellect is not a factor.
Okay.
No, wisdom might be. But like there's the gap. That's why I think the gap is meaning and wisdom. And if you can get people invested in those things, you can actually help them. But if you keep them stuck in gnosis and knowledge, you can't help them because the knowledge won't work. It will not have an effect on the world. I mean, this is what I was saying earlier about caring. Take your caring, shove it up your backside. If you didn't feel anything, neither did anyone else. Like, that's the value of your caring in the world. Right? It's the same thing. Take your intellect, shove it up your backside. If you didn't feel anything, that's because it's worth nothing to the outside world. Exactly. The man who knows everything and does nothing has no value. The man who does everything and knows nothing at least has value.
So would proper choices, can those be categorized as heroic?
No, because they're not traits that you're born with that are outlier traits. Batman develops into a hero by training himself to overcome the trauma. And I think that's actually a bad story.
So if you have so if you have like a normal person not born with any outlying traits, and they live a life where they make sacrifices and do good things and
They're a protagonist.
They're protagonist. There you go.
Right.
Okay. I see.
This is the structure I grew up with. Like, this was taught everywhere in school. Like, I don't even understand. I remember Mr. O'Rourke, my English teacher at the Catholic junior high school that I went to. Right? He says, and I've been pissed about this. I'm still angry about this. Like, I'm still literally pissed off and trying to prove him wrong. And he wasn't wrong. So I've failed my entire life. But whatever. I think about it, frequently enough that it's more than once a year. He said there's only 3 types of stories, right? There's man versus man versus nature, and man versus himself. And I have been trying to find a story that doesn't fit that ever since, and it doesn't exist as near as I can tell. Now, I could be wrong, but I've spent a lot more time thinking about this than probably most other people think about anything else in their lives. And I'm telling you, like, you can't get out. And the funny part is, so Justin Wells on Twitter a week or 2 back posted this 3-part story system. Stories are one of 3 types, right? And I reduced them back to those 3 and said, no, these are the 3. And it was the same, but it wasn't the same wording. And so Story Grid people again were wrong. Big surprise. Dawn, if it doesn't come with rectal bleeding, it's nothing. Exactly. That is true. That is true. Oh, Sally Joe, Tony Stark is a wizard story. Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that, that's a good point. Like, the wizardry is an elevation through a participation. And so it's not hero and it's not strictly normal protagonist. That's fair. It's a different type of story because it's a development story. And so there's character development that's just a character getting to be a better person, right? And those stories are very powerful. So like Gran Turismo, super powerful movie. Absolutely love that movie.
Oh, you liked it? I liked it too.
I love it. I like it so much that I have a copy. It's like somebody noticed how much I liked it. And
you really liked it. That's great to know.
Fantastic.
Yeah, I really liked it too. I related with it a lot from.
But you see the character develop.
The
same character. He doesn't become a super. I mean, there's a cop out. There's a sacrifice. There's an acceptance. Like, man, I really screwed up, and I can't fix this. But you know what I can do? I can help this situation and solve my problem cowardly at the same time. And I'm like, okay, y'all. Like, it's a messy world, man. It turns out, Sandero, we live in a fallen world and we're fallen people. And so the imperfection of the ending of the movie is perfect. It's like, yes. There's no good ending. It's not there. And then you look at something like Rounders, which again I recently rewatched, right? It's a nice open-ended ending, right? It's not quite right off happily into the sunset. There's all this potential. It's much like Good Will Hunting, another movie with the same actor, right? There's this open-ended question. What's going to happen? I don't know. Right? Left the old environment. Yep, you sure did. Where are you going to go next? I don't know. I really liked PVK's talked to Dr. Jim a few times. I met him in Arkansas, by the way. He's a way better person than you can imagine just by witnessing him online. He's just awesome. Like, he radiates awesome all over the place. Super, super smart too, man. Boy, does he get everything you throw at him. He is quick. He is so fast. But he and PVK talk quite a bit about the U-shaped story and Westerns and stuff. And those talks are excellent. Those are really good.
Yeah, I really like those ones.
Yeah, those were good. He's whip smart. And we have David here. Hi. Hello, David.
Hello,
yeah,
David.
Look, I think we've reduced stories so much we don't realize the richness in them anymore. Because, there are at least 3 types of stories. There's stories about heroes, right? There's no hero's journey. That's nonsense. There's stories about heroes. There's stories about people transforming into, we'll say, higher order people, the wizard type stories that Sally pointed to. That's definitely a thing. And then there's these normal protagonist antagonist stories, and sometimes the antagonist in the story is nature, and sometimes like Gran Turismo, that's man versus himself. That's not all that's happening in there. Oh, right. So you can't reduce a story to something like that and then get a good story, right? I mean, I talk about this all the time. Like, why do you think that nobody, even though they're awesome, nobody likes the second Matrix movie and the third Matrix movie? Right. It's because the people that made the Matrix movie decided quite clearly, they didn't know what movie they had written the first time. Like, that's obvious. They really didn't. I don't think anybody understands that movie, actually. Even Jesse and I are going to have a really hard time explaining small part of it. They were like, oh, you know what made it great? Bullet time. No. Right? You know what made it great? The fight scenes. No. That's not what made the first movie great. Were those standout, highly salient, novel, bright things? Sure. So what do they put in the second movie? And look, man, I would love to edit that movie. If you cut those fight scenes in half, that movie would instantly improve. It would instantly improve. Bang! It would be a much better sequel immediately. Why did they make long sequences with lots of bullet time and fighting? Because that's what they thought made the first movie good. And so more of it will obviously make the second movie good too, except it will be as good, right? But unfortunately, the writing it's not terrible or anything. The delta's not that high, but it's not as good, right? The way to understand the three Matrix movies is the first Matrix movie has lots of philosophical questions in it, but they're very shallow. They're very easy to answer philosophical questions, very banal, sort of vanilla stuff. The second movie has way fewer of those philosophical questions, but they're all deeper, right? And they are looking like, also, the layers of the world are expanding. The vertical causality gets stretched upward, right? And the third one is the same thing. Fewer questions still, but much deeper questions. And like that, just looking at those three movies in that pattern, that's why I say you can never watch just the first one. You got to watch all three, right? You got to really get the pattern, because the contrast really highlights the pattern. Especially when you start seeing, they focused on bullet time and they focused on the battles, right? And they moved the story forward by expanding the flat world, right? Because basically the end of the Matrix is the end of that entire world, right? It's implied in the end. Like, I'm coming for you. I'm going to free all these people and show them that you're false gods or whatever nonsense meta interpretation you want to give it. Right, but then no one notices that it doesn't matter if you free everybody from the Matrix, you idiot. The machines still run everything. You're not getting out of the Matrix. You're just changing the scenery. And then you get these massive misunderstandings that are. This just totally bothered me, right? John Vervaeke in Awakening from the Meaning Crisis says, well, ask my students, does it matter to you if your spouse were cheating on you? Would you want to know? And almost everybody says yes. And I'm like, and almost every actual experiment that's been done says no. And if you've ever met somebody and tried to talk them through it, they will deny their spouse is cheating, even when it's completely obvious. Why? Because it's better for them, actually. First off, that's going to be hard to swallow. I understand that. Too bad, right? But also, you can't see. You don't have the capacity to imagine a world with the person you love cheating. You're breaking reality. And you can't do that to people. They will resist it, and they should, right? Nobody wants to be broken out of the Matrix. That's why Cypher tries to get back in. It's a good deal, if it's possible. Of course, it doesn't seem to be, but we don't actually know. That question's never answered. Can you get back into the Matrix?
I don't know. Cavernous disco, rave, and orgy sound pretty good.
Well, except that again, that The choice in the Matrix is live in a nice, comfortable, affluent world, or hang out in a grimy submarine with a bunch of misfits who look nothing like you, being chased around the sewers of a dead city by killing machines.
Well, no,
with lots of
remember when they go to Eden or whatever it's called, and they're having raves down there, Zion, and they're having raves down there, and they're all having sex.
But that only happens like once a year.
Was that in the movie? It happens once a year.
That's the second one. Yeah, but it's not. You don't return to Zion that often, and when you
point
do,
still stands because the whole third movie is the robots are here to destroy Zion.
Right. Yeah, it never worked.
Yeah, you still have the robots being a problem everywhere.
The machines still own the world, whether you're in the Matrix or not. So
right.
I don't know why this is a big deal to be out of the Matrix, because again, the decision is between. Because you go to Zion, you refuel, you go back out. Like there's no. A few people live in Zion. They're not having raves every night, but whatever. Like it doesn't matter. Right? The choice is between living a comfortable life or eating snot in a dirty submarine, being chased around the sewers of a dead city by squids with lasers. I'm like, bro, this isn't even a contest. Like, plug my ass in, battery me up. Sounds like a good trade-off. Like, I don't even know why it's a question. No, I don't want to be outside of this. What are you, high? The machines are still in charge. I'd rather participate in the nice, friendly, happy, built world than be stuck in the destruction with a bunch of misfits eating snot-flavored snot. And, like, what?
Hashtag Cypher did nothing wrong.
Oh, exactly. What are you doing? Why is this my set of choices? And why do you think I'm going to choose the grimy world where I'm being chased?
Funny that you can totally make a case that the protagonist of all the films is Agent Smith.
Right. Well, that's
because he's trying to get out of this nightmarish existence.
But nobody notices the like. There's no positive message. There's no like, if we could destroy the machines, what would we do? Right? Because by movie 3, we're on. Well, we need the machines, and they need us, and then we can all get along together. And they don't. Like that never happens.
They make a tenuous alliance.
They make a tenuous alliance.
That's the best you're gonna get. Go home and feel mildly amused.
You're never gonna rebuild the world that you had. Like they don't want to.
Yeah.
I'm like, you don't want to rebuild the world? You're okay with having your world destroyed, taken away from you, and never rebuilding it?
Now, do you include Matrix Resurrection in all of this?
No. That's not even.
Did you watch it?
Destroying everything. But like people don't even notice how many quote heroes or how many protagonists. Who's the protagonist of the Matrix? Sandra.
There's a lot.
Yeah, there's 4 of them.
There's Trinity, there's Neo, there's Morpheus, and the Oracle.
Yeah.
And if you want, you can count the crew members that are also wanting that.
Right. And then how much character development is there and who develops as a character? It's just Neo.
Just Neo, yeah.
No one else develops. Like Morpheus is still Morpheus.
Morpheus. Trinity's Trinity.
Yeah.
Oracle's Oracle.
The Oracle's still the Oracle.
The guy that goes
at all.
You can feel it. He's still you can feel it.
Right. Right. And everybody dies. They're like, that's great. Except the 4.
Right. That's true. Right.
It's like, wait a minute.
Well, no, the one crew guy lived. You can feel it. He got it. He lived. Remember? Because he takes over after his brother dies, the Dozer or something. And then he has the scene for Cypher. He's like, "You son of a bitch," and then kills him.
Yeah,
and
he's gonna burn.
Jacks everybody back in.
But he's not there in the second movie.
Well, that's because there were scheduling conflicts, more. No, I'm just
Right.
That's because they forgot about him in the script, more.
Right. And that's the problem. Like if people don't notice that how unusual a film that was, and that none of it is good. Like there's no good message in the Matrix at all.
Yeah, there is.
There's not a single positive message.
If someone just comes into your flat world with one of those martini sticks, those mixed drinkers, and they just go like this, and then they leave.
And then they leave. Well, and Bound is the same way. If you haven't seen Bound, you gotta watch Bound. That was their previous film. It's the same house and everything.
Oh.
It's filmed in the same way. It's freaking hysterical. But it's the same thing. It's like these are not positive stories with building endings or generative anything. They're very middle out. Like right. So Morpheus introduces Neo to the construct, right? Which is objective material reality. You can put anything into it. You can run, right? It's fantastic. It's the most scientific movie of all time. And then he says, we don't know our history, but we know we screwed up by scorching the sky. But we don't know who started it. It really doesn't matter. I mean, we're here now, dude. Like, what difference does it make? And we know we screwed up.
Let's get them. Yeah. Yeah. The message is humans suck.
Where's the positive case for people?
Yeah.
It's an emergence is good story.
Mm-hmm.
What is the construct? It's the place from which it's OMR. It's objective material reality. It's the place from which you can emerge anything that you can imagine and then take it with you into the simulation. It's like, what? But that's how scientists deal with the world. That's exactly how they deal with the world. That's exactly what Pop Sci has told everybody how it works.
That's a bleak story to live in.
But it's the thing. Look. I mean, I've probably seen The Matrix 50 times, man. I freaking love that film in many, many ways. But also, my goodness, what is this garbage? Like, what story are we being? Why is this the seminal story again? Yeah. Right? Why does it catch on? Hopefully, Jesse and I will be able to go over that.
Did you ever see Cloud Atlas?
I don't think so. Who's in it? What's it about?
That's the Wachowskis' follow-up to kind of The Matrix. It's based off of a book called Cloud Atlas, and it's about reoccurring lives in different areas of time, happening all at once with different actors dressing up as each other. It's one of the. I like that movie because of how horrific it is, because they see it really beautiful, like what's happening. Yeah. It's a total liberal leftist fantasy, but it goes way more into the. It's like the anti-Matrix. It is this is beautiful, this is wonderful, and you go through this whole thing, this whole struggle, this whole human thing. It's very emotional, it's very everything, and then you get to the end, and I don't want to spoil it, but you get to the literally the end, the very end of the movie, and essentially it's a nihilistic, just throwing everything out into the dust, into the void, but the movie plays it like it's really, really, really like
Nathan. There is no spoon, see? So it's fine. Like, I mean, if you can deny reality, David, Cloud Atlas had Tom Hanks in it and Halle Berry. Okay, I guess I did not see it.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see what you pick up on.
I'm actually not big on movies, dude. I ain't adding that to my list. Remind me in 3 months. I gotta go through a few more movies.
Don't see it
before I even.
You got a lot. I wouldn't. Yeah, there's other movies that are way more worthy of your time.
I'd like to chat about this movie. What, Cloud Atlas? We're not going to chat about that because Sandro chatted about it. It's a nutty movie done by crazy nihilists, and they're evil. So don't be possessed. Problem solved. Bound is the same way. Although I like Bound because they did that to get to do the Matrix, and they did a really good job. Like, you get to see where the Matrix comes from in a very real way, and that's what I like about Bound. Story's terrible; it's absolutely atrocious. But also, it's not incoherent. Like, this is the problem. We think it's coherent, it's normative, or whatever nonsense science word they've made up this week, right? And therefore, because it's a cohesive story, it's a good story. And I'm like, oh my God, that's not how that works, right? It's because you're over focusing on relationship, or over focusing on good idea. A lot of people are like, oh wow, it's so fascinating because it had a good idea. And I'm like, no, like that's not sufficient. And yeah, well, this is another trick people play on you, right? They play the intertwined stories trick. Yeah, they overloaded you cognitively, and so you didn't notice that they intertwined 7 terrible stories. Like, that's fantastic. Also, you got enchanted. Michelle, thank you very much, Michelle. You're very generous, sir. Is there a reason why, like Agent Smith over analyzing the Matrix, we dismiss opportunities to cooperate by pushing away engagement and questioning, as pointing at things around us increases our doubt and sense of worth? Yeah, I mean, look, a lot of this goes down to the flat world. In a flat world, nothing has any value. That's the primary problem. Like, once you're stuck in a flat world, you can't have value. You have to link value to some other flat thing in the flat world.
Right.
And
that's why a shattering has to occur.
All value links back to other things, and therefore you can't deal with it. Like, there's nothing to deal with. And that's the problem. Like, flat worlds don't have value at all. So they can't manifest, value as such. Everything collapsed. They try to, right? They try to, well, I've got lots of money, or whatever it is, like, or I've got lots of virtue from my actions, whatever it is, but it never takes, because the world's too flat.
Yeah, that's why I visually, when I imagine the flat world, I always imagine in the boundaries or the ends of it is just mirrors, just reflecting back in.
Right.
And so it can only be referenced back inside, and that's that. Obviously, there has to be a shattering of that, which is why submission is so important to escape vertically out.
Right. And you notice the Matrix is an escape story.
Correct.
Yeah, it's all escape.
But it's a flat world to a flat world escape story.
Well, all escape stories in flat worlds just lead to other flat worlds. Right. Or larger flat worlds. Right. Flat world plus. Like, it's like, what are you doing? And that's the problem, is you never break out, and you don't realize it. And you can't, like I said, like, nobody understands that you're freed from the Matrix and you're still completely under the control of the machines. Nothing has changed. Nothing. Except you get to eat snot and live in a dirty freaking submarine being chased by freaking squids with lasers through the sewers. Not the sewers of a dead city. It's like, man, can we lower this any further? Like, how would you get worse? Awakening to the Muppet crisis. Deserts are a place where identity is lost and fantasies occur. Yeah.
Wow.
Right. And then in the construct on the TV, what is said? Welcome to the desert of the real. Right.
He's gonna pop.
It's nice inversion. Yeah, well, that's later, right, when he comes out.
Yeah.
But that's also the same as taking somebody too many steps too quickly.
Yeah, that's a good connection. Yeah.
They don't pop, they rebel. They go, oh, whatever you're saying is wrong, and then you're mean.
Right. Yeah, you turn from angelic to demon in an instant.
Exactly. But but it's like, okay, what did I say that was mean? And they don't have a description, and they don't understand.
Yeah, they're overloaded.
If you don't have a description for why somebody did something wrong or was mean or whatever, that's because that didn't happen.
Right.
You got overloaded. Like, that didn't happen in the world. That's why you can't describe it. If you don't even have a description for something, it didn't happen. That was a fantasy.
Your rationality scrambling to try to place it somewhere.
But it can't.
Right.
And so you fall back to pure emotion.
Right.
When you don't have a description for an event, that's because you were overwhelmed by an emotion. That's all. It's not that hard. Right? But nobody talks about that. Like Peterson and Vervaeke, you're not even talking about emotions or passions or any of that. I'm like, this is like the most important stuff. That's why it's all over the ancient Greek stuff. Like, yeah, you have desires, you have the passions. Don't let them overwhelm you. Right. What do they overwhelm? Logic, reason, rationality, actually. That's what they overwhelm. But also, there's a way in which they can overwhelm you to the positive. Yes, you get overwhelmed by love. Right. Exactly. And that's good. Right. It can go bad. You can be, quote, love bombed. That happened to me. That was horrible. Didn't even see that coming, man. That just freaking. Hey, Mark, see the freight? What? Train. Oh, thanks. Yeah.
The old narcissist move.
No one warned me. No one warned me that there was such a thing as love bombing. Had I known, maybe it wouldn't work. Had somebody told me about this phenomena.
Yeah, so that's kind of a theme that's coming up through your talk tonight too. Is just the lack of any useful information about about navigating the world. Stuff that would be really useful to know.
Awakening to the Muppet crisis. Therefore, what do cities mostly represent and produce? Well, they fundamentally produce narcissism. I'd say with their major export. I don't know what they. Look. Here's the problem. If you're in the U.S. and you go to different cities, it's extraordinarily different experiences. New York City is not like any other city. L.A. is not actually like New York. Have some things in common. Boston, even now, Boston's a pretty cool place. Like, Boston's just cool to hang out in. Nashville, very different, very cool. Charleston, cool city. All right, Sacramento, probably my least favorite city I've ever been to, right? So over here, there's a lot of representation of culture. We're going to get schooled here. Awakening to the Muppet crisis. Symbolically, the Matrix is the city of God inverted.
Ooh.
Yeah, the shining city on the hill. Yeah, inverted. Sure.
I like
Not
that.
all cities are like that. That's the problem. Is that, in the Matrix, it's an inversion of the shining city.
Yeah, definitely in the Matrix for sure. That's because I had the gross feeling all throughout those films. So I'm like, I don't want to be here, especially when I got to the second movie. I was
when you hear about Zion, what's Zion?
Yeah.
Oh, that's where the party's going to be.
Yeah.
That's where Dionysus lives.
Yeah, and it was kind of okay when you didn't see it, and then once I saw it, I was like, ah. And then when it got to the architect, I was done. I'm like, I'm out. I see where this is going now. I'm like, this is not
a closed world. Needed to be opened up. You couldn't just have one oracle. You had to have the other side of that equation.
Right.
And you notice the first movie, very female centric.
Mm-hmm.
What's enabling the change in the one character that changes? It's two females.
Mm-hmm.
She saves him.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't save her. That doesn't happen in the first movie.
And the second male is very male centric.
And she uses love to do it.
Right.
Right. And then what happens to the people who write that movie? Just saying.
Transcend.
They transcend biology.
They can
Yeah.
now be one.
It's bizarre. It's bizarre.
Yeah, actually, it's really bizarre.
Awakening to the Muppet Crisis. In the Matrix series, I'd argue Zion is already a tomb. Well, yeah, it has lots of representations. That is
Yeah.
true.
Yeah, the dead city all the way down.
Benjamin Franklin. Just it's always a roll of the dice. Cyberspace is kind of like the Matrix. Well, the Matrix represents cyberspace, but yeah, that's probably why. In real space, you have to make substantial sacrifices to build. Yeah. In cyberspace, you can build the pyramids in a game very fast and easily. Well, yeah, that's because you're enslaved others to make your sacrifices for you. That's literally what happened. That's why we get, oh yeah, we can have delivery to our door. And I'm like, yeah, that's because you have a slave class. That's the only way things like that are possible. You never get around that problem. You just want to think like, well, it's not chattel slavery, so we're fine. It's
See,
like,
man,
I don't know
it goes back to the Republic. I'm with Plato on this one. Then let them have the clubs. Let them all have the BMWs. If you're gonna be a slave, live it up. Let's give them all the good stuff. Bronze class, baby.
Dude, back in the day, not too long ago, but
I wouldn't mind being bronze according to that
well,
vision.
there were I was dating this wealthy Brazilian girl. Yeah, and she was living with the not wealthy Brazilians, like on purpose.
Interesting.
She had a bank account, and yeah, I got a ridiculous amount of money per week put in it, and I was just like, what the hell? That's a lot of cash. Like, that's a real lot of money. I was like, holy crap. Yeah. So I got to know, the way I met her was she came to help out the maid that my mother hired. So she was at my mother's house and I happened to be there, and mom pretty much set us up. Yeah. And
Arnold Schwarzeneggering this up. I see.
What happened was Waltham, Massachusetts at the time had the highest per capita Brazilians of any place in the world.
Interesting.
Except Brazil, of course, right? But and they were all cleaning houses in eastern Massachusetts, which is full of wealthy communities. Waltham was not one of them at the time. Believe me, Waltham was not the place you wanted to live. There were some nice sections of Waltham, but like, nah, bro. You know, girl drove a Beamer, sent half her money home, and drove a Beamer. Place she lived, there were like 12 people living in a 3-bedroom apartment. They were hot bunking it. But they were there to support their families in Brazil. But they were driving Beamers. And I was like, you go, girl. I can't afford a Beamer. Now I can. Now I have one. I couldn't afford a Beamer back then. I was making good money back then. I was like, there's no way I can afford a Beamer. I mean, I could have done it, right? But that would have meant fewer computers or something completely unthinkable. So, yeah, I was not giving up my lifestyle to have a Beamer. That's for sure. But that's what she had. She had a nice Beamer, nice 4 Series or something. And she wasn't the only one. Like, I started to notice, oh, you guys all drive Beamers. And part of that is just like, we're going to really nice houses. So they feel better if we have really nice cars.
Wow.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough. And so they were driving Beamers. They were paying nothing to live in a slum neighborhood, which is perfectly safe, right? They were living with 50 billion other Brazilians and sending half their money back home. And they were living fine. You know, I mean, was there drama. The poor girl who was cleaning my mom's house got messed up with some military kid on the base or whatever. And he got her pregnant, and it was a mess. Yeah, it was a big mess.
Classic.
But like, they were slave class people living in the, among the wealthy. Right. It was weird. I was like, man, this is strange. And then she moved into Cambridge, into a very expensive apartment right on the train and everything, right on the subway system. One stop down from the end of the line and everything, but right in the middle of all the stuff. I was like, oh, this is pretty good. This is not bad at all. Wonderful family. But she couldn't be on time for anything. She's Brazilian, so it was. Yeah, one day she calls me up and she's like, yeah, I know I'm 4 hours late. I'm like, yeah, it's too late. And she's like, what do you mean? I'm like, I gotta go home and take care of the dog. Like it's just too late. And I had a house that she didn't drive, and my house was not anywhere near any, like she couldn't get around, which, didn't bother me, but like she couldn't do it. I'm like, oh, well, then we can't be together. Sorry, I ain't giving up my house. I love my house. So yeah, it didn't work out. And she was nice, and she wasn't like model Brazilian or anything, but I enjoyed spending time with her. But it wasn't going to work out, which is too bad.
I'm assuming she wasn't the love bomber.
No.
No. Doesn't sound like
she was a bit of a train wreck, to be honest. But then who isn't? So it's kind of like
we're all broken. We're all broken plates. Yeah.
Right. Well, and she had it tough because she grew up in a very poor country, very wealthy, and plugged in politically her family and stuff. So, it must have been rough for her because she did not understand the world she was in. Right. And it was cultural for her to hang out with like the poor people. She actually, she had like all the cable channels, like all of them. And that's how I watched Man on Fire. And so the beginning of Man on Fire is just a bunch of, statistics. And she was like, do you want to go to Brazil? And I was like, yeah, you know what? I could probably go to Brazil. That sounds like fun. And then we watched this movie, and right in the beginning, and she goes, basically, she didn't say it this way, but she was basically like, oh, Mexico, those are rookie numbers. And I was like, wait a minute, what? And she's like, oh no, way more people get kidnapped like that in Brazil. And I'm like, I am not going to Brazil unless when I hop off that plane, you get me 4 fucking grenades and 2 fucking machine guns and a Magnum. Because I am not going anywhere and get kidnapped by no smelly Brazilians. Screw that. I don't want these criminals touching my ass because I'm a white boy. That ain't happening. So I did not go to Brazil. I was like, no. Then I find out like, oh yeah, our car is armor plating, so it's okay. And I'm like, I am not going to Brazil.
So it's okay.
That is not happening. No, thank you.
I am not
answering that. Because I'd have to go all like John Wayne on the situation for sure.
Yeah.
There's no way. You're gonna kidnap me? I'm gonna kidnap you. That's what's gonna happen. Oh, BJJ? Let's find out. Let's find out if it's Jeet Kune Do or BJJ, pal. Let's do this. Oh yeah, I would have gone all nutty. I was not sick back then, so I was freaking a beast, man. I was a complete monster. I was a little tiny guy, and I would crush everything. I was a completely destructive agent in the world. It was fantastic. Huge guys used to come up to me and like, I'm gonna crush you, and I'm like, you can try. You want to do that right now? And they'd be like, what the hell? And they'd run away. And I'm like, yeah, you better run away, pal. I'll break every bone in your body. I don't even care. And they were just like, what the hell is this? And I'm like, let's go. No one would face me. It was bad. I'm like, yeah, you bet. They knew. You can tell. If you fight, like if you've ever fought, you can tell when the other guy's going to take you out. Because I'm a berserker. Like, I will just go. You may end me in the hospital, but you're going to be on the bed next to mine.
You're going to be coming with.
You better be prepared for that. And most people are like, they know right away. They're like,
they don't.
He's serious. I'm going to the hospital.
Yeah.
It's not worth it. I'd rather just walk away instead of cause a problem. Like, yeah, you would. Damn Skippy, you would. And they know. They totally know. Dawn, it's getting to and from the car that's the problem?
Can you imagine
out of the car if they want you? You don't understand. Like, they're at the airport looking for people, and if they think that your family will pay, you're gone. Like, you ain't making it out of that airport under your own power. That's not happening.
Go to the belly of the beast. No, thank you.
Right. And like I said, yeah, if I walk off the plane and I get immediately outfitted with military grade hardware of my choosing, no problem. We can do this. Otherwise, I am not setting foot in Brazil. And then I had a boss. It was probably before this. So I had a boss, and he won a contest, like plane tickets to anywhere. And he was like, Mark, where should I go? Where should I go? And I'm like, well, look, if you want to make the most out of this plane ticket, you should do round trip to Greece, because Greece is one of the most expensive freaking countries you can fly to from the US. And it's Greece. Like, like, I'm already sold. If I can get my ass to Greece, I almost did during COVID. I came very close. If I could get my ass to Greece, bang, it was $1,000 round trip. I was like, bargain.
That's pretty good.
Well, there was a question as to whether or not it was actually open and how open it was. So we did Croatia. Croatia was totally open. No one cared. So Croatia was gorgeous. Wouldn't trade it for the world. What a lovely time I had. Anyway, so like, where was I? I've already lost my train of thought. So he asked me, well, I'm Brazilian. I want to go back to Brazil. I'm like, Brazil's not a bad choice. I'm not saying you shouldn't do it, but I would do Greece. Like, it's a very expensive ticket, and if you've got a free ticket, then you should do the most expensive trip that you can with the free ticket. And now I'm going to Brazil. So he comes back from Brazil, and he's like, man, those beaches are awesome. And I'm like, that's cool. He says, yeah, and they got these little guys, and they just wander the beach, and they ask you if you want to buy chicken, and they just run across the road and buy chicken from the chicken vendors and then run it back to you. And everything is so cheap, he didn't give a shit, because everything in Brazil at that time cost like nothing. So he's paying like $3 for something that would cost $10 here. So he didn't give a shit. So he's like, yeah, I would just pay them. And he's like, it's kind of cool. I mean, we've got a hotel right across the street from the beach. Every night we hear machine gun fire. And I'm like, what? Whoa, back up. Hold on. What? Excuse me? Yeah. It hardly ever went off in the daytime. I'm like, what? What are you saying? What? I can't even conceive of this. And he's like, no, we were safe. They knew we were Brazilian. We speak Brazilian. I'm like, okay, dude. Like, I guess that's okay. What is this country? Is that even a country? Machine gun fire every night? And only occasionally during the daytime? Am I supposed to be impressed? I'm not impressed. It was nuts. I was like, are you? And he's just this happy guy. He's a happy Brazilian guy. He's like, oh, ha, ha, ha. Yeah, machine gun fire every night. Ha, ha, ha. I'm like, what? How are you this blasé about all this? But no, they weren't. We speak the language. It would be fine. They thought we were. I'm like, good Lord, man. If they figured out you were from the States, we wouldn't be seeing you again. Which would have been bad, because he was the only one in his family that had any money. So it wouldn't have helped them at all. Glad he didn't get kidnapped. Yeah, it was intense. It was really intense.
Doesn't look like Castle's coming.
No, Castle's not. He's working. He had to blow up. But Jesse doesn't love us anymore. Castle doesn't love us anymore. No one loves us. It's fine. But yeah, let's wrap it up. What are your closing thoughts, Sandro? The nice part about now is that like everything's coming together and people can see it. Like, they couldn't see it a year ago. Now they can see it. Go back and watch my monologues. You'll see it. Yeah. Go back and watch my channel again. You'll see it. It might not be what you want to see, but at least you'll know what the hell's going on, or know that you don't know what's going on, and that's actually how it's going to be.
Yeah. I would say that, we're there's been enough of time in the flood now, and enough of the patterns going a certain way, and that constant violation of what we our footing, and that being undercut, because now you're seeing families getting activated, right?
Right.
Like once it's getting to the families, it's like, this something's not right here. This something's getting pretty bad. And then now people are seeking this information, and that was happening at the same time. People who are honestly trying to find out what the hell's going on. Because one of the biggest things that I really, really like the message, one of the messages that you bring to this is just an overall reduction of knowledge. Just, I was thinking about the other day, and I'm like, because I'm raising my kids. He's 5, and we inevitably always run into this problem where a word has multiple meanings, or there's multiple words for the same thing, and I'm trying to think of which is the best word to use, and without realizing it, to minimize it, to get it as mostly close to reality as possible.
Right.
And to echo, and this is a good final thought, to echo what you were saying through this whole thing, where the heck is our standard for English? Because like you said many times before, we've talked in the Discord, English's greatest strength, it's a double-edged sword, is its greatest weakness, which is that we can make a whole bunch of words to do a whole bunch of things, to build out all sorts of stuff, but getting back to just a basic way of just navigating the basic parts of the world, and have that rooting language to it that we find so much in other languages. That is something that we're realizing we need to have I guess it is a return to it, but some people have never even known a world like that, like with Gen Z and such.
Right.
It's just been nothing but confusion, and I think that's why you see with Gen Z, because we make up idioms and little language and stuff like that, but with Gen Z more than ever, and you saw that with the millennial, it got worse and worse. But when computers were commonplace, DSL and everything, now it's like the whole identity is completely making up language, and reducing words, and making crazy words that nobody can even understand you anymore. It's like a breakaway language that English enables, but the flood is making that.
But the millennials have reverted back to pictograms. That's what memes are.
Yeah.
They're pictograms. It's like,
because you already see the meme culture being burnt out with Gen Z already. Like it just happened right there with the millennium. Yeah. And like the thing about the using the Office memes, and it's like, if you never saw The Office, you have no idea what the heck these references are, and they're just going back and forth with Office memes, like, and it's like, yeah, but now you're isolated, and there's nothing to relate to outside of it. But
it's a pure pictographic language. Yeah, it's not good.
Because I'm remembering growing up, and it was like, if you wanted to know, like, it was like we all had like Webster. Right, and then we all had encyclopedias, and it was like, if you had a disagreement, let's go to the dictionary. Let's all get on the same page of what words we're using, and then we can proceed. And I learned handwriting growing up. I was in a Catholic school, and so it was always just go to the dictionary, and we all worked off the dictionary, and there was way less confusion when I was a kid growing up. And now with the flood coming up, no one goes to dictionaries anymore. They're just shooting from the hip with whatever contextualized meaning that they got from their families or their friends or whatever, and they're not referring to the dictionaries. And
what causes the flood is breaking down of all the barriers. So English is a wonderful language if you want a multicultural experience. If you want a monoculture, you have too many words to track, and it overloads your brain. Technically. And you're screwed. And most people can't do that. They can't. They just don't have the cognitive capacity. And so when you try to diversity is our strength bullshit, which is wrong in every possible way and always was, then you cause the flood. It wasn't an externally imposed flood. You did that to yourself.
By making the mission to get diversity at any
well,
cost.
or by saying if we just all knew each other better, we'd fight less, which is a load of garbage. Like the more people I know, the more fights I have. Like, I'm sorry, it's mathematically certain. I don't even know why I'd have to explain this to people, but it broke down in the computer industry first, right? Like everyone's like release, 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 and I'm like, great, I'm a release expert. They're like, yeah, we want to do releases automated and faster, and I'm like, oh my god, that's not what you want to do. Definitely don't want either of those things.
You want an infinite number of bugs? That's how you get an infinite number of bugs.
Exactly. And that's why the whole industry is just crumbling into garbage left, right, and center.
Tons of bugs. Yeah.
Bugs everywhere.
And so it's just expected now.
Right.
I don't know why Trump
software quality is expected to be non-existent. Right. And it's the flood. It's the flood of releases. It's the flood of coding. It's the flood of coders. It's the flood. There's so many floods in computers. It's insane. And we don't even see it. But we're also so stuck in the flood without language because we're not looking up and down. And then we hear a new explanation and we're like, ooh, shiny squirrel.
So do you think that English can be saved in that context then, that it can be reduced down to a workable thing?
Yeah, we just have to stop trying to understand all these things.
I see.
Like you have to keep track of not just the English language, but a bunch of jargon around international relations to understand why there's a war in Ukraine. The solution to that is, who cares if there's a war in Ukraine?
Right.
And that's mean and callous. I'm like, bro, it's really nice. Do you know how many wars there are on the continent of Africa that you know nothing about?
Yeah.
Like, what do you mean I have to pay attention to Ukraine but ignore Africa? Africa's closer. Like, what are we talking about? Like, I don't understand. Like, where's your argument? Do you have to pay attention to the Uyghurs in China too? Like, where does this end? I can't pay attention to everything that's happening in the world that's a conflict. What are you, nuts?
Yeah.
And then why are you filtering for Ukraine? Like, there's no justification for that at all. You don't have one. You can't make one up. You can generate a fantasy in your head, but like, it ain't gonna work. Sure as hell ain't gonna work with me. I'm just gonna tell you you're wrong. Like, sorry, bro. And that's because you're actually wrong. You know, you didn't even know it. So now you get that jargon, and then I can keep track of the scientific jargon from the freaking Large Hadron Collider, because they're going to make the God particle any day now. Oh, no, wait, they did that, and all it did was create more questions that it answered. Oh, that hasn't happened a dozen times in my lifetime in science. Who saw that coming? No one, unless you were awake, in which case you're like, yeah, bro, look, it's Tuesday in science, and they've discovered yet another God particle that's going to solve all the science. And then it doesn't. Oh, I'm shocked. No one saw that coming, right? And then what else do you have to keep? Well, you have to keep track of all the computer jargon, because computers are part of our everyday life, right? And what else do you have to keep track of? Oh, you have
political jargon,
cultural jargon, and you have to keep track of all the fashion jargon. You have to keep all the music jargon, and it's like no one can do that. What is going on?
And you see, and what you just did, right? Painted, like, you see the separating of those, like, right immediately in my head. In my own family, I can tell you we're speaking different languages.
Right.
Like my brother went further and further into the music jargon. I went further and further into the religious and white paper jargon. Right. My sisters went into fashion and
but you can't get together in jargon. You can only spread apart. The only way to get together is with this vertical causality, right? It's the enchanted world up, which is the religious. That's what religion is, and it's not optional, because you live in the enchanted world, whether you can see that or not. No matter how much of it you can see, you still live there, right? And so those higher emanations are coming for you. Only maybe they're not higher, right? Maybe something emanating from below and possessing you with evil. I don't know, bro, but do you know? Because that might be important. It might be the only important thing. If you believe you do not have a religion, one will be provided to you without your knowledge or consent. And that's going to happen. So you better know, if you're in a cult, see previous live stream, right? You better figure it out real quick, because you're in something all the time. You might be in many things, and they might all be bad. I don't know. Maybe you're going to P. Diddy parties and no one saw it.
Oh man,
The guy seems to have murdered at least 2 people. Like, what's going on a bunch of others
dude.
with a drug that may come from a government lab for all we can tell? Who knows what's going on with that situation? I don't know.
Dude, all I could tell you about Hollywood right now, Los Angeles is in a thing right now. Like the closest thing I can, the closest thing I can relate it to. You remember Buffy the Vampire Slayer? They did the spin-off show Angel. There's the end of the series of Angel where they didn't know it was going to be the end. They had another season planned, but the where the show ended is Los Angeles. The entire city of Los Angeles goes to hell, moves to hell, and now the demons and dragons are all flying around it, and everybody in the cities, like all the people in the cities, are like and looking around, and they're banding together to fight the demons now and survive, because the whole city gets teleported literally into hell.
Wow.
And that's what's happening, because there's unexpected people are rising up to the call, and a lot of Catholics are rising up here, and there's a lot of people responding, and you're seeing people pick sides now. Like within Hollywood, it's like we're not playing this sick game, and this P. Diddy thing was a huge. You thought Me Too was that was nothing compared to this, because there's some.
Well, he started Me Too apparently too. Like that was him.
Snake's gonna snake. Snake's gonna
snake.
Parasite's gonna parasite. Yeah.
Parasite's gonna
yeah.
parasite.
Let's throw some heat somewhere else off of me, right? Get him off the trail. But that it didn't work, and there was people that have been calling P. Diddy and those guys out for years.
Oh, I know.
And so they're rising.
Well, Epstein was the same way. People were calling him out ages and ages ago. And nobody's paying any attention at all back then.
I'm glad this is happening, because I'm tired of people being asleep, man, especially in my state, especially the left-leaning people. When Barack Obama went in there, because if you remember, I know we're going to end this, but you remember in Occupy Wall Street, like I don't remember in my own lifetime where black men, white men, Mexican men, Asian men were all united against this corruption of finance and money. And like I've never seen Republicans and Democrats on the same page about something.
But it was poorly led by weak men who didn't know what they were doing.
Well, the movement itself sucked, but the real conversations that people were having were real. And those stopped, not when Occupy Wall Street ended, but when Barack Obama came into office.
Right. And then split everybody up.
It split everybody up. They're like, look, we won. We got to, like, I literally had this happen. I don't want to share too much, but in my own family, where crying and a religious experience. Oh my God, we're saved. It's happening. We're saved. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, I'm the only one. Like, I'm just like, how are you guys falling for this? Like, how do you see
literal Satan? It's Barack Satan Obama. Sorry.
Like, go to sleep, everybody. Go to sleep.
Well, watch the Follow the Fourth Estate video on navigating patterns, and I go through it there. I go through it there. It's not by accident. It's not the thrust. The thrust is not the story about Barack Obama. That's not the thrust. The thrust is this is when the media got irredeemably corrupted.
Yes.
Because I can identify that right down to the day, basically. And I do in that video. And that's actually really important, because it exemplifies, I hope I did a good job. It exemplifies how you can tell when things go irrevocably bad.
Yeah. Because everyone's seeing hope and change in this thing, and I'm seeing Saruman coming out of Orthanc and addressing the army he just created.
Right. Well, I go over that too, Don. Kind of like the Israelis at each other's throats over politics, and someone reminded them they have actual enemies. Right. But the scapegoat, Gerard talks about this. You can watch my talks with Justin on this. Gerard talks about this. The scapegoat, it's wrong. Like, it's the wrong pattern to some extent. I mean, it can be implemented correctly. That would maybe be the gospel story or something. But like, it's not, a common enemy is not a way to unite people, right? It just stops the fighting temporarily.
Yeah.
And that's actually what Gerard's talking about. Although, don't get enchanted by Gerard. pure evil for sure. He's good at it though. Like kudos where kudos belong. But we're at the point now where some of this evil is undeniable. And then you just get people who have picked sides. Now you can argue they don't know they're picking sides. That's a valid argument. I'm a pragmatist. I don't care. You're still on a side, and that's what matters. And if we're not willing to take action, actually do things in the world and recognize, man, something's going to come along in your life and wreck you, and you're going to need other people. And if you don't have them lined up, it's going to be a rough road for your ass. That's the problem. You're a person. You were born into a creation. A bunch of stuff was here when you got here from your ancestors. And so you should be a little bit grateful for that, right? And you need to bind with the other people, with yourself even, and with nature in something higher. That's your religion. And you need to participate with it, right? People believe what they act out. That's what Peterson says. He's not wrong about that. And it's really important. And I think if Peterson went back and listened to his own Maps of Meaning lectures, maybe he could put himself back on the rails instead of being off the rails. Wait till you hear part 1 and part 2 of that. They're coming. It's going to take a little
I've never been more excited and more dreadful of something in my life.
Well, look, everybody, I won't see you next week. I'm going to be at my grandmother's funeral, unfortunately. But I will probably see you in 2 weeks unless something horrific happens. In the meantime, have a lovely night. Have a great time. Don't get all despairy on me. It's a good thing, right? And just remember a couple of quick things, right? Women point. They need to point at something higher, or men are screwed because we're dumb and we'll just follow wherever they're pointing, whether they realize they're pointing there or not. And the world needs you to be better. So go out there and be better. And that is sufficient. Enjoy.